Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Death to all of them. Times the detail. I'm vibing.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on this joyous day of game discussion and vibing as it do be do. Praise be to Todd. Hi everyone, how's everybody doing? Everybody good? Hopefully you're good. Hopefully you are vibing as well. For 'tis a day of vibing indeed. Yes, indeed. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. How's everybody doing? 16 times? Yeah, you're damn right. I had to play through the AC Mirage trial, and outside of really liking the design of the city, I didn't really gel with anything else about it. Is it a game that gets better with time, or is it a pretty fair representation of the whole package? I'd say it's pretty representative. I mean, it's just AC Mirage is trying to do one very particular thing, which is to make old school AC game players or fans feel like they're playing just a modern remake of that. And it works. Like it achieves that end. It's not particularly amazing or great. It won't change your life, but it's fine. And that's why it's like a lot of people are gonna play it and just be like, this is like very outdated. It's like, yep, exactly. That's exactly the point. Like, there was a reviewer that posted a video that was like, AC Mirage feels really outdated in its questing design and everything. It was like, yes, that was like the point. So you're right. You streaming the id Xbox showcase? Sure. When is that? Your streams are the sole reason I pay for YouTube Premium. Well, I appreciate that. And hopefully you're getting other good stuff out of YouTube Premium, because I'll be real. I like, you know how sometimes your credit card will expire and then you get the new number and expiration and everything. Well, that happened with the card I had charged to YouTube Premium. And so one day I woke up and I just didn't have it anymore because it didn't renew. And I'm so freaking spoiled, dude. I've had YouTube Premium since it was YouTube Red. You remember like old school YouTube Red? Like PewDiePie did that exclusive thing. PewDiePie YouTube Red, like exclusive. Yeah, he did like his own little TV show, YouTube Original. Scare PewDiePie YouTube Red Original Series. And then they just rebranded it to Premium, which fair enough. But yeah, back when streaming services were relatively new and they're like, you know what? Let's just try to make everything into Amazon Prime and Netflix. Just everything. Everything. Red Wings exclusive. Oh yeah, didn't the Game Grumps do a show too? Probably. The Game Grumps I haven't seen in a long time. I still listen to like NSP and stuff, but yeah, the Game Grumps I haven't checked in on in a long time. They're one of the OGs. Smosh also made a kind of decent movie. Cobra Kai started there. Danny's such a kind soul. Yeah, dude, I mean, I don't know much about them. I just know they're really funny and very talented at what they do. Like, everybody thinks it's relatively easy to do what they're doing. It is not. It is not. Let me just be very, very clear about that. But okay. I guess we could touch real quick on the thing that went down with Tarkov. So just real quick, because everybody's like brought this up, so I'll just mention it. So if you missed it last week, Tarkov's developers, they came out and announced like a $250 addition to the game. And this had all sorts of, like, honestly, pay to win gameplay affecting stuff. Private access to PvE modes, which would carry progress over to the rest of the game. Like, across the board, this just was a bafflingly stupid decision. And people that paid for the $100 version weren't even getting included with it, even though they paid for a season pass that promised all future DLC. Like, across the board, everything that could have gone wrong or every stupid mistake they could have made with this DLC, they made. And now they're trying to backtrack from it a wee bit. So they posted, or Nikita Buyanov took to Reddit to discuss everything and basically offered a handful of, like, the general vibe was, I'm sorry you feel that way. Or, you know, it's like that toxic apology style where it's like, I'm not sorry I did something wrong. It's, I'm sorry you felt that I did something wrong. You know, it's that kind of thing. That's basically what this is. They say, first of all, PvE game mode, this is not a DLC. I mean, it is an additional piece of content that you download, so technically. Yeah, it's the cable guy from South Park, yeah. We're sorry. We're sorry. Yeah, it's just like, okay. I mean, let's hear him out, I guess. Let's hear him out. DLC, in our understanding, okay, so if they're not right, it's just their understanding is wrong, is the major additions to the game, including various functionality and content that are released after the official release of the game as a themed DLC pack. Scav Life DLC, for example, which will add a lot of new mechanics and content for Scav gameplay and leveling. I mean, you're just saying in our understanding. So their definition of DLC when they promised it would include all future DLC was not what everybody else understands DLC to be, which is additional content you can pay for to add on to the game. They're saying it's something else. It's like a dedicated game mode, or it's like a spin-off game or something. But either way, this is a bit of a stretch. Secondly, this specific functionality of the PvE mode is not necessarily, or rather is necessarily, located entirely on a separate network infrastructure, because essentially you play on our servers only in closed mode. At this stage, it is not possible to launch all players who are EOD holders. Right now, we simply do not have the required amount of resources for this. We observe your dissatisfaction. We see you're upset. We're sorry. And I've decided that the functionality of the PvE mode will be available for free to all owners of the EOD version at the release of the game, when the server infrastructure will be improved to the required capacity. So they're like, we're going to give you access eventually, once we've paid for more server infrastructure and built that out. And you have to have been an EOD version holder at the release of the game. And even then, they say you have the opportunity to test this mode by purchasing the unheard edition of the game. So you can still buy the $250 version of the game, or upgrade to this version. We also decided to give a 50% discount when upgrading to the unheard version from the EOD version. So naturally, people read all of this, and you can see 5,000 comments, and it's zeroed out. People were not that thrilled with this, so they went and made like a further update yesterday. And they said, greetings, let me continue my feedback on the current situation. First of all, I'd like to say we're very sorry that that fans and the game community in general are experiencing these feelings. So again, we're sorry you feel that way. We're sorry you have these feelings. It's just so toxic. Unfortunately, I somehow did not foresee the fact of such a reaction, and now I have drawn conclusions for my future decisions. Here's the deal. I cannot fathom a world in which they did not know this was going to happen. Like, either they knew this was going to happen and they were braced for it, but they just thought that they were untouchable and people would suck it up and pay for it. Or maybe they get some blowback, but they'd get enough money that it would just not be that big of a deal. Or they are the most out of touch, disconnected developers and publishers like I've ever seen. The fact that they thought this was going to be received even placidly is shocking. It's stunning. So both possibilities are not great. They knew that this was either they knew this was going to be received poorly and they just didn't care, or they really had no idea this was going to be received poorly, which would almost be worse, because how disconnected do you have to be to think that a $250 version of a game that's already out, that has gameplay affecting stuff in a competitive game that's online where players are effectively competing, the fact, like, for them to think that that was going to be a solid option is so ridiculous. But anyway, he continues on. Now I will briefly summarize the main points. Number 1, about PvE access. We decided to just open it for EOD owners for free, but we will do it in waves. As I said before, we don't have server capacity right now. We will start this process as soon as possible. My stance is that they just shouldn't have private, that like just create a big server queue, let people in. Even just to have this as a private, like, additional purchase, because even with all this, you still have to be an EOD holder or owner, or this $250 version of the game. If you just bought the base game, you don't get access to this. And I still think that that's stupid. Having game modes that are locked away behind like certain price points, I hate that. I think it's stupid. Like, I've complained about it in many, many games if they lock certain game modes behind paywalls, and I think it's ridiculous. Like, and it burns so much goodwill so quickly. So even this solution, like, it's the core of the Tarkov problem right now is that there's kind of two factions of people that are really upset. There's EOD holders and owners that are upset because they bought this thing that said they would get all future DLC. They announced this thing that they weren't getting included on, and so now they're like, screw you guys, give me access to it. I already paid, and I believed in your project. I put the money up front years ago, and now you're screwing me over. And then there's the other group, which is just pissed that they're creating two tiers of players in addition to the other thing. Like, they're upset about that, but they're also upset that they're locking PvE behind a paywall, that they're introducing paid gameplay altering mechanics and stuff. And so you have two factions of people that are really, really pissed. And even this is meant to address only the people that are paying at least $100 for the game. So this whole design, or this whole response, is crafted around trying to make the pay pigs happy and the whales in the game happy. It's not about keeping the broader community satisfied. Which is why even this solution, while it's better than what they did before, it still doesn't fix the problem that they're charging for a separate game mode and game altering stuff. It's crazy. We also decided that we will add mod support for PvE mode after the release of the game. So again, we'll fix it after. About the Unheard Edition, we will not remove it. We want to keep the option for those who want to support the game more. But we will balance items, perks in this edition, as well as we will provide more rewards for those who upgraded with the old price. So again, they're not getting rid of it. I mean, and as you saw in the first response, their whole thing is like, now they're not doing a discount. Like, they want to just include that. Maybe they are still doing a discount technically, but maybe I'll get there in a second. But again, it's just, they're keeping that there for the whales to buy into. and they're just hoping that everybody else moves on and ignores it. But thankfully, it seems like the community in general is not responding too well to this. At this point, like, I just don't know why you would play the game. Even if you like the game, they've made it very, very clear. They don't really care about you, and they're trying to milk you for all you're worth. Like, and it's the talking down that's particularly ridiculous. But I mean, this is why it's good to respond very forcefully when companies first start doing this thing. There's companies like EA, like Ubisoft, like Take-Two Interactive, or Activision, that have been aggressively monetizing all sorts of stuff for like 15, 20 years. And that's part of the reason those companies are multi-billion-dollar companies, because they, like, it's normalized now. Their communities are used to it. It's part of the reason why, like, Take-Two Interactive thought they could just easily splice in the ads into playing, like, NBA 2K. So, like, if you go into NBA 2K, like, they added this into NBA 2K21. This is an article from a handful of years ago. But you see, like, they were like, oh, everybody's used to watching ads when they play, or when they watch a basketball game or a football game, whatever. So they're like, let's just put ads into the video game, and it will be normal for those players. If they're used to watching sports, they will play the game, and then in the middle of the game you paid for, there are ads playing. But it's because it's normalized. Like, it gets normalized, so they just go, whatever. And the second that you put up with it a little bit, the companies will just continue to do it, and then you just suck it up. Like, you just suck it up. Also, Nikita, in a leaked interview, called the EOD people and others who didn't buy the new edition freeloaders. Wow. Yeah, well, that's the vibe you get from all of this, is that there's almost a contempt for the players that are getting the game at the base level. There's no, like, appreciation. Thank you for just playing the game. It's all just like, well, no, you need to buy the premium edition. And, you know, even if you don't do that, like, you need to upgrade to it. Like, it's all just insane. Like, they are taking their community for granted through and through. And they're going to get away with it unless people stop playing, and unless people put the controller down and go play something else and vote with your wallet. Like, it's just, it's crazy. Trust me, we hated the ads. It's just that we're a vocal minority. There's always millions of people who just don't care. Well, exactly. And that's the thing with, like, Tarkov, at least, is that Tarkov seems to be a much more, and I'm not in this community, but it seems to be that Tarkov is a more tight-knit community with a lot of content creators, with streamers, with places like the subreddit. So it seems like everybody is much more close-knit, and that will hopefully allow them to come together and kind of
The Doom of
collectively voice
now
it.
a member.
Doom, thank you. Thank you. But with all this, it's just, it's an example of, like you said, who said, Odin. Yeah, you give an inch, they will take a mile. If you let them take this inch, they will just continue to do this. And I guarantee you, if they get away with this, in like a year or two, you're going to see them come out with a $300-$400 edition of the game that's like the ridiculous edition, and it has all sorts of other gameplay altering stuff, and they're just going to keep getting away with it over and over and over again. You got to put your foot down at some point, and the only way you do it is by collectively stopping to play the game, causing shareholders to freak out, and then they start to listen, most likely. Maybe not. Maybe not. We've seen other companies that have like catastrophic flops of live service games, and then they just double down seemingly and are like, well, we'll try it again next time. You know, it's just really, really dumb. I don't know what this is. Let's just go there. Okay. Anyway, but he continues on. Yeah, as well as provide more rewards for those who upgraded with the old price. New EOD perks will be balanced too. We will remove prioritized matching option to keep everyone in the same spot. That's the other thing they were doing, is they were prioritizing matchmaking if you bought the the premium editions, basically. We will add more unique stuff to highlight the EOD version in general. We will provide the final list of new EOD perks ASAP. We continue to work on patches, new content, events, and the game release itself, no matter what. Thank you for your time, love, and hate. And thank you for your increased attention to the current situation. It comes off as like maybe it's just like lost in translation or something, to be like, thank you for your feedback, positive and negative. I think that's the vibe he's probably going for. But to be like, thank you for your love and your hate, it comes off in English, at least, as like playing victim. Like, yeah, you guys are just being hateful. It's not that you have valid frustrations and complaints. It's that you're just being hateful. You know, like it just comes off weird. So yeah, I'm sorry you feel this way. Not really how an apology should sound. I don't really expect much better than this. However, considering all that has happened, par for the course. The corrective actions are now on the right track, but hardly enough. Introducing pay-to-win features that are infinitely more potent than the ones in EOD is just tone deaf. The spawn beacon should not exist. You cannot balance items that only true believers have access to, or can feasibly access early on in the case of quest locked beacons, especially when the base effect is that powerful. Yeah, Tarkov was not in a great state before all of this. Don't think we've forgotten the past issues, and I'm definitely not one of those whose confidence in BSG was shattered. How can we trust you to deliver on any non-trivial promise at this point? Mod support, PvE for all EOD. Are you going to rent new servers? Is the company struggling financially? Is the game ever releasing? How long is post-release support going to last? Perhaps more or most importantly, do you even want to make this game anymore? Well, that's the other question, is whether, like, what compelled this? Because it could just purely be greed. It could just be that they were fine, because greed is one of those things that people toss out that has, like, sometimes people mean it different ways. When I think of greed, I think of like somebody, imagine like, you know, your classic Scrooge McDuck type person. They're a multi-millionaire and they continue to nickel and dime everybody to milk just a little bit more cash out of them, even though they're set, they're totally fine. Or you know, if you run a business, you're making good money, you should be happy. But instead you go that extra step to take advantage of your customers because you're just being greedy. That's what I think of when I think of greedy. Some people just mean it as aggressive monetization or overly aggressive business practices. Sometimes I would agree that can cross into the greed realm, but what we see, like what this comes off to me as, is straight desperation. Like releasing a $250 version of a game that isn't technically out yet as like, sorry, not a DLC, but as some other version of the game, is very, very strange to me. And maybe it is just that they got full of themselves and they thought they could get away with it. Or it could be that their company actually is very financially tight and they're just desperate to try and get any semblance of extra cash out. I don't know. Either way, in this particular context, it just comes off as greedy because they already sold a $100 version of the game. And even that had some stuff players were pretty upset about. And then they do this. So this to me is just that extra step further. And this would be classified, for me at least, as just greedy, cocky decisions. Both, they spent a lot of money on Arena, which didn't make much money. Yeah, $250 for one game with nothing physical with it is crazy. Half an Xbox. Never played Tarkov, but they should have make it free, but you could pay $20 to be at the front of the queue. That's how squad work. I don't even like paid access to premium queues. Like that to me is also creating two tiers of players, those that can afford more, or those who are just getting the initial access to the game. Like for me, any sort of like single player games, I also don't like having two tiers of players. The same thing happened with like even a game that I liked, like Hogwarts Legacy, having specific quests locked behind certain platforms, all the way back to like Batman Arkham City. If you bought Batman Arkham City secondhand, not from an official licensed partner, even like through a GameStop or something, you wouldn't get the code to get access to the Wonder Woman quest line. So you just couldn't play all of the Wonder Woman mission, or Wonder Woman, oh my God, Catwoman. I need more coffee. You couldn't get access to any of the Catwoman. You all are like, what the hell is this? Like, what game? Yeah, Batman Arkham City when you beat Wonder Woman? Anyway, you just couldn't get access to Catwoman and her quest line unless you paid to go through an official vendor. If you bought it from like your buddy, you just wouldn't get it. It's insane. And I didn't like it back then when I was like early teens. I don't like it now. Like if you ever do 2 tiers of player bases, I think it's bad. And in this case, like with online stuff, I think it's even worse because we're talking about competitive stuff. And I really don't like that. Like, I really don't like that. A great game otherwise? Well, yeah, I mean, Arkham City is a great game. That's what makes all of these things like all the more frustrating, is because it's like the game is really good, but you do this really disdainful, like toxic thing to monetize it. Really dumb. The Last of Us Online, you couldn't play if you bought it secondhand. Oh, you mean like factions? Last of Us factions. I don't think that there should be any multi-tiered anything. I think it's just ridiculous. So, but this was kind of funny. So Helldivers 2, in response to all of this, decided to start poking some fun, as they should, frankly. They've decided to jump in on the drama surrounding Escape from Tarkov, poking fun at the game's new Unheard edition in the process. The game's official Twitter account posted on Saturday about items to buy in the game's acquisition center. However, there was a not-so-subtle jab at Battlestate Games in the post. Quote, "Be sure to check out the deals in the acquisition center today. With prices so low, they're practically unheard of," with a capital U. True believers can grab the CM21 Trench Paramedic for only $250. Dude, that's amazing. Hold on, where's the original post? Oh, wow. Wow. Dude, that's next level trolling. Wow. Yeah, it's available for only $250 SC, featuring increased pocket size and extra stims. Not available for free to super citizens. Okay, that's pretty freaking funny. You gotta give him credit for that. Wow. Wow. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. It's like they said in that Reddit post, Tarkov was not in a great spot to begin with. So for Tarkov to now be doing this, like at what point does the community just say, enough? Like, damn it, enough. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But hopefully soon. Like if this isn't the last straw, I'd hate to see what the last straw is, honestly. Like I really don't know. But they've put up with a lot already. That's the big thing, is like I've heard people complaining about Tarkov for a long time, and the fact that Tarkov is still doing this stuff and people are doing it, it's just baffling. Is there any way to see like player numbers or anything for Tarkov? Because I don't think it launches through Steam. It launches through like their own thing, right? Is there any way to see that? Because I'd be interested to, like, if there's any information on whether players have actually stopped. Obviously, people on Reddit are pretty unified and upset about it, but that doesn't tell you necessarily a whole lot. Because with all of this stuff, like Reddit, Twitter, those places are not necessarily real life. Just because people are really upset on Twitter or on Reddit does not mean that that's going to kind of cascade down into something noticeable for the business or something significant for the business. You know, it's the same thing where people are like, we've been upset with Ubisoft over stuff that they've done for years, but they keep doing the same thing over and over again. And it's like, well, yeah, because the vast majority of people that are buying their games are not watching YouTube videos. They're not on streams, checking stuff out. Like, they just buy the game when they see the new Assassin's Creed game comes out. They play it, have fun, and move on. Like that's the vast majority of their customers. So Twitch viewers certainly went down, but a massive amount when this happened, or by a massive amount when this happened. Oh, is there, what's that website? Twitch game viewership. What's that site that lets you track it? Is it just Twitch Tracker? Is there a way for us to like compare the fall off? Tarkov found an exact match. Escape from Tarkov. There's still 29,000 people in the last 7 days. Viewers. So it looks like the number of channels is about the same. The viewership spiked on Thursday. Honestly, it doesn't look that... It really doesn't look that affected. Like, it has big spikes whenever there's updates and stuff, but it doesn't look... Was there like a big update around this time? I'm guessing that's when the big thing happened. But at least from the graphs, it doesn't look like it's that big of a drop-off. Disrespect is Tarkov's target audience. He'll probably talk shit about it, but he'll obviously buy it. That's when the information came out. It's back up to 30K today after they rolled it back. Well, and this is the thing. I'm like, their rollback of it isn't even really a rollback. It's just like, yeah, we're sorry you feel that way. We'll give you guys access to it. You can still upgrade to the ridiculously priced version, and the gameplay altering stuff is still going to be there. But because it's less bad than it was, we're just going to like roll over and be like, okay, well, it's better than it was. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Like, this is why they get away with it. Like, in this case, they tried to take a mile. People got upset, and so they walked it back and took half a mile. And now people are like, well, it's better than a mile, so I guess we should just be happy with what we've got. No. Stupid. Because when you let them get away with it, you end up with just another Take-Two, another EA, another Activision, another Ubisoft. Like, this is how this happens, because the company does it. They've got their committed fan base that fell in love with a franchise or a certain type of game that they made. They were really good at. And then they go and they start to take a little bit. And if people put up with it for long enough, all of a sudden, it's just normal. It's why, like, I've been really ticked off at, like, how like the normalization of like the 3, 4, 5 different tiers of game editions that often have exclusive quests, that have exclusive stuff here and there. Like, it drives me up the wall. And like, I brought it up with Hogwarts Legacy, because if you bought the whatever, it was like a pre-order, or it was the deluxe edition that had the dark magic arena thing, if you remember that. And I made videos, like, I brought that up in multiple videos, and people told me that I was being cynical, or I was being just hyper negative about the game and everything. I was like, they have an entire gameplay arena where you get to use all of the dark curses and stuff without any punishment or whatever. And you only get access to it if you're in this particular group of players. And on like the Ubisoft side, people that have been covering Ubisoft stuff for a long time have been very frustrated about how commonplace like XP boosters are, or how common like in-game maps to find like exact locations of certain gear, even though that's frankly really stupid because you could just Google it, but for some reason people pay for it. All of that stuff. Like, some of us can be really upset about this stuff, but if everybody just kind of goes along with it, it just becomes normalized, and then it's just what we're doing now, and it's whatever. So to hear that the community has like gotten really upset about this, and after they took a mile and overstepped the line by a mile and they walked it back to only half a mile, now people are like, oh well, you know, it's better than a mile. It's very frustrating, because I will bet you an unheard edition. I will bet you an unheard edition that Tarkov's going to do another something super slimy like this. Another super slimy something like this, probably within like a year and a half. They'll give it a little bit of time to cool down. And in no time at all, we're going to hear that they're doing another $300 edition or something. And then the community is going to get upset again. And we're going to be like, well, this time we're really upset about it. And then they're going to walk it back a little bit. It's only $250. Okay, well, that's better. And everybody's just going to roll over and go with it. You know, I'd rather lose a $250 bet to you than buy Tarkov. Easy decision. Yeah, man, it's just, so it seems bafflingly that they've just managed to get away with it if the player numbers are to be believed. And I mean, as with all this stuff, it's just people are going to roll over and it's just going to be back to normal. Okay. So let's talk about the other scandal that happened over the weekend. Should we do that? Oh, real quick. I did want to mention, on Friday, we had all those alerts that were like not going out properly and were like glitching, and they weren't, like, they were all muted or they weren't popping up. So I want to say, I don't know if Sebastian's here, but Sebastian sent forward some tips through Streamlabs that didn't play. At least I didn't hear them or see them pop up on my screen. But they popped up today for whatever reason. And so I wanted to just shout them out real quick. And I'm sorry, Sebastian, it didn't pop up on stream on Friday. I don't know if you're here, but if you are, thank you. And it was with a $3 dono and a $5 dono, where he said, do you think they'll make a Skyrim TV show? After the Fallout success, I think they might try it. Honestly. I don't know how you make a Fallout or a Skyrim TV show not just come off as generic fantasy. Like, Fallout is so unique. You see it and you know it's Fallout. You know, like, you can create an interesting story in the world of Fallout relatively easily with how unique the world is itself. Skyrim is almost by design meant to be generic, approachable fantasy, but it's not like got intense narratives. It's not trying to be like a Game of Thrones or a Witcher or something. It's trying to be much more approachable. Yeah, they already made an Elder Scrolls show. It's called Game of Thrones. It's just, I don't know how that would work. You know, to me, it would just come off as, it would be just generic fantasy show, but it would be called the Elder Scrolls. Like, and maybe like they do a couple of nods where you have the horn helmet, and then the main character goes, you know, Fusroda or something, and that's about it. They'd have to come up with a really compelling story. Obviously, they're getting partners with some amazing backgrounds and very talented writers and stuff, so they could probably figure out an interesting story. But again, like, I don't think it would be a great Skyrim adaptation. It would just be like, well, it's a fantasy show that is named after a video game series, you know. Elder Scrolls is very nuanced, and I think that's where we find comfort in it. You're right, the show would probably not stand out enough. I just, like, when you imagine it filmed and you see the advertising materials and stuff, what makes it stand out if you don't see the Elder Scrolls like text on the screen? If you watch that trailer, other than having a couple of like little nods like Fusroda or the unique music or something, what would make it stand out compared to any other fantasy IP? And honestly, I don't know. Like Skyrim works so well and Oblivion works so well. Morrowind works so well because they are approachable fantasy while also being open sandboxes for the player to enjoy and just explore. And so you're able to get away with that with more generic fantasy. In a TV show or in a more scripted narrative, I'm not sure if that works the same way. You know? I'm not sure about that. So we'll see. They might try, but I think even they are aware. I think even they are aware that that could be a difficulty. Yeah, they're doing an id Xbox showcase in 10 minutes. I don't know, what are they even gonna show? Let's see. They're gonna exclusively present the next id Xbox showcase, which promises to feature some of the most exciting indie games from around the world, including Vampire Survivors, Dungeons of Hinterberg, 33 Immortals, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage, and more. I mean, I'm down to watch it. Oh, this is that new one from a bunch of... Who was it? Was it... Oh, I'm hearing like static on my mic. Hold on. Oh, maybe. I need some like really, really good and highly insulated mic cables. If anybody out there knows of a company that makes really good, highly insulated microphone cables, hit me up. Hit me up. What if they announced they're working on another Fallout game like New Vegas 2? They wouldn't do that here, to be clear. I mean, they would, if they had something like that to reveal, they would be revealing that in the summer. But yeah, this is that new game. I think it was like a collection of Ubisoft devs, wasn't it? That worked on like AC Odyssey a bit. Isn't that who Yellow Brick Games was founded by? It seems interesting. It's basically mixing Monster Hunter with Shadow of the Colossus. And then they have certain like magical abilities, like that freezing block thing, like you might have seen with the like glue gun thing in Prey. So you can freeze their feet so that you can navigate around them more easily, create bridges and stuff. It seems really, really interesting. Yeah, it was the team over at like Ubisoft Montreal or Ubisoft, I think it's Ubisoft Quebec. I always get them mixed up. I'm sorry, everybody north of Minnesota to me is just like I can't keep it straight. Like Vancouver, I think it's to the far west. Vancouver's like just north of Washington. Other than that, I always get Montreal and Quebec mixed up. Sorry everybody. I just do. But yeah, so that happens in 7 minutes, so we can check that out. We can check that out. I think our discussion of the Stellar Blade thing is going to take longer than that. So what I'll do is I will instead touch on this real quick. New segment. You heard me. So you guys know about the almighty, most powerful company in the gaming space. Okay, in chat right now, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, I want to hear from you. Which company in the world do you think is the most, generates the most revenue from gaming? Which company? A lot of people would throw out PlayStation. A lot of people might throw out Steam or Valve. A lot of people might throw out maybe Apple or something, right? But the answer might surprise you. The answer is actually a little company. A little company that has a small hand in many pies. And it's a company called Tencent. And they own crazy numbers of game development studios. They own shares in all sorts of stuff. They build and are partnered with many of the most profitable mobile gaming companies. Like, they make outrageous amounts of money. Are they the most profitable? No, that's a separate question. The most like purely profitable company that's involved in gaming is probably honestly Apple, and it's just because of their 30% cut of every microtransaction on mobile games that they take. So they have like basically no costs, and they just make pure profit for doing absolutely nothing. But Tencent has a huge stake in the gaming space, and they just tripled their shares since late 2022. They have tripled their shares in Remedy, the team behind Alan Wake 2 and Control, of course. And so now they own almost 15% of the company. As you can see, the world's largest gaming publisher now holds 2,005,716 shares in the Alan Wake and Control maker, corresponding to 14.8% of the Finnish company's shares and voting rights. The Chinese tech giant originally acquired 3.8% of shares of Remedy in May of 2021 and had increased its stake to 5.01% as of November 2022. Tencent is scheduled to publish an upcoming Remedy game codenamed Kestrel, which is currently in the concept stage after being rebooted last year. Previously designed as a free-to-play game, Remedy has said that it will now be a premium game with a strong cooperative multiplayer component. Providing an update on the status of the studio's development projects last month, Remedy CEO Tero Virtala said players should expect more regular cadence of sequels for Alan Wake and Control. Interestingly enough, after struggling for over a decade to make a sequel to Alan Wake from 2010, 2 was finally released back in October, and then they're also working on a sequel to Control, which was released back in 2019. They're also working on a project codenamed Condor, which is a cooperative multiplayer game set in the Control universe, and a Max Payne 1 and 2 remake. It said today that Condor has entered full production. And Tencent has reported delayed, we talked about this with Joraptor on the podcast, but they've reportedly delayed the release of Assassin's Creed Jade from this year to next year. And there's already discussions of them like walking it back. There were rumors they might just cancel it, even though it's basically done. It's really, really weird. The whole thing is really strange. But with all that said, yeah, you can see they've already redeployed. Reuters reported that they redeployed hundreds of developers who have been working on the free-to-play mobile game as part of a wider strategy shift. So they're moving people away from Assassin's Creed Jade over to another game they do, which is kind of like their own version of Fall Guys, Fall Star, whatever that game is called. So they're walking all that back, they're shifting it around, and they're trying to pursue a different strategy that's in line with what we've seen from a lot of other major companies and publishers and stuff, which is that they don't want to do licensed stuff. It's just not worth it. Yeah, like you just imagine it. If you do a Star Wars game, if you do a Marvel game, if you do anything else, typically the owner of the IP is taking about 30% of every copy sold. And 30%, I mean, again, it's like if you make $1, I'm going to take 33 cents of it. Just because I have the ownership of the thing that you're making. Like if you have the option between that and just doing something yourself, or that you own the full rights to, even if you make technically less money in pure revenue, you could end up pocketing more money in profit simply because you're not paying that royalty to those. So, yeah, it's crazy. Tencent also, they have taken a broader approach of trying to get a cut of every major game company that has a lot of potential. So what they've done here, you might look at Epic Games. You guys are right. Epic Games, if you look and zoom in here, look at the owners. So Tim Sweeney, 51.4%. He still owns it and controls it. Who are the other holders? Tencent owns 40% of Epic Games. 40%. And you might not have known that. And then you see, you know, after that, another 5.4, 3.2. Like, these four groups control almost all of Epic Games. There's some other, like, slightly smaller shareholders and stuff. But it's wild. It's wild. It's a company, or a privately held company, which Tim still controls. So it's not like you can buy shares of stock yourself. But Tencent has a hand in pretty much every pie, and part of it is because they make ridiculous amounts of money through mobile ventures in China especially, and then they take that money and they invest in companies in the West all over the world, and then they get a cut of all of those revenues, but they don't have to specialize in it or learn about it. They just get to do what they're really good at, which is mobile games that cater to their audience, and then they take those buku bucks and they invest them elsewhere. It's actually very, very smart, and it clearly has worked very, very well for them. Yeah, it's dirty blood mobile money. Yeah, dirty mobile money. Exactly. So keep an eye on Tencent. They're on their way, baby. They own Remedy, a chunk of Remedy now, 15%, and they own a big old chunk of Epic. So keep an eye on them. End of segment. New segment. New segment. Okay, the id Xbox Showcase is starting right now. I had no idea this was happening until literally about 25 minutes ago when you guys brought it up. So we're gonna see what it is and hear what they're showing.
Deeper dives on some of the coolest games. And you won't have to miss a second of it because the 2024 ID at Xbox Showcase kicks off right this second.
ID? Okay, I thought it was id. This whole time I thought it was like id Tech was showing something. To be clear, they said that this was mainly going to be on like indie games and games that it seems like most of this is games that are probably Game Pass adjacent or on Game Pass that couldn't really fit necessarily during the main Xbox show in June, and they're just trying to give them a little bit of showtime now. Not a bad idea. I think it's fine to give them a little bit of airtime. And honestly, like, my hope with all of this stuff that's going down in the industry right now, we're seeing like the quality and consistency of AAA $70 games is plummeting. My hope is the new like mainstay trend is that AA and indie games become much more popular. I hope that that's the case. I really do, because I think that will inject some much needed creativity and fresh ideas into the gaming space. But time will tell, of course. I would hate if we just get more soulless games that are just like monetized out the ass, which are considered safer. But Astor from Tiny Build, C2 Game Studio. Okay.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 ID at Xbox Showcase live on IGN. We just kicked things off with a brand new look at Aster Blade of the Monolith.
It's just the first of many awesome games we'll be checking out today. We're going to be showing off a ton of great indies that will be making their way to Xbox and PC in the near future.
We'll be revealing some never-before-seen games, plus taking closer looks at some of the most anticipated upcoming releases and doing a few live Let's Plays so you can see these games in action. And when it's
okay,
exactly, well, that's the best part, Dave.
Okay. Right now. They're all very talented. I love them all. They do kind of look like they're being held at gunpoint. Little bit. Let's see what we got.
33 Immortals is a 33-player co-op action roguelike game where you pick up your controller and go on epic raids in increasingly difficult regions. Your goal is to fight and survive together with as many players as possible in each region. There are plenty of ways to cooperate. Stick together, heal each other, fight together, revive one another. Only together will you eventually unlock the Ascension battle. Then, with your allies, ascend to the region's final arena and challenge that region's massive boss. The first rule to success: bring with you as many players as possible. Lucifer is Inferno's big boss, and he is brutal. Cooperation, fighting together, is the key to defeating Lucifer. If there are 33 of you, that will give you the best chance at victory. But don't despair if there are fewer. Fortune favors the bold. Second, avoid his deadly attacks. Frozen Hate, Last Betrayal, and Eternal Sorrow will deal unavoidable, unblockable damage if you're caught in the area of effect. Third, know your weapons. Take advantage of each player's unique skills and weapons to tackle Lucifer's formidable challenges, whether they're his own attacks or those done by his minions. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, stick together and cooperate. Use your co-op powers wisely. Your group's collective strength is essential to defeating our powerful boss and unlocking access to the next region, which will not only feature tougher enemies, but also tougher bosses. More to come on those new regions and bosses real soon.
I'm always looking for more like co-op games from indie devs to play with my buddies on our little game nights we do. And those look kind of fun.
Finally, a co-op game for popular people like me that have exactly 32 friends.
It's weird that you counted, but I'm happy for you, I guess.
It sounds like I'm about to have 31 friends, Kim.
Hey guys, come on, we're all pals here, and you know where else you'll find some pals?
Pal World! Yes!
Well, yeah, so much for the surprise. Anyway, here's what's next for Pal World.
Okay, there's just something so weird about seeing like the cutesy animal and then a lady carrying a big rifle behind her. New pals. Oh my god, he's so cute. And a flamethrower. Oh, they did him dirty. Yeah, what a crazy game that came out of nowhere to being like one of the biggest games of the year. It's wild. Like nobody was talking about that game 6 months ago. It's crazy. Wonder where they got the inspiration for the new pals. CRPG. Interesting. Burr. Commando's origin. Okay. Well. It's the new budget Sniper Elite game, yeah. Ooh, spoopy. I am a warrior, I'm a prophet. Serenity Forge. Oh, dude, I kind of love this, though. I have no idea what this game is, but I'm intrigued. Jesus, dude. Centum. Okay. I have no idea what that is, but it was very unique. Very unique.
Hello, little bird.
Got those 90 vibes.
Goodbye, Velvet Cove. I'll soon be flying away too.
Dude, we need more games set in the 90s. Oh, it's Don't Nod? Yeah, like, is this another Life is Strange, or is this like a collection? The trolls don't. It's starting to get spoopy.
Holloway. And if you find this video, it's because I'm dead.
Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. So it's a new IP, it seems, but it definitely has some Life is Strange vibes. Okay. I love Don't Nod stuff. I mean, I think they're a underappreciated studio, frankly. They have some quirks and stuff here and there, like the lip syncing in their games is always kind of rough, but I love Don't Nod stuff. I mean, they're some of my guilty pleasure games. I still go back and play Vampire, like, all the time. I like this guy. Got some mad dance moves. Yeah, Banishers I really like too. Just gonna say it, with this art style, this game would be quite the experience toasted. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Might have a seizure, but you know, might be worth it.
We just got a tease of what's coming to Pal World, and we got brand new looks at Commando's Origins, Centum Lost Record, Bloom and Rage, and Keylocker right here on ID at Xbox, live on IGN.
Oh my god, I love
just getting started here, and we have a ton more.
I love the presentation hands. Everybody does this, whether it's Apple or IGN or PlayStation at their showcases. Everybody goes on stage and the hands go together. It's the same thing with like politicians weirdly cupping their thumb and pointing at you with it. It's really stupid. It's really weird. Why do they do that? I did not have sexual relations with that toaster. You know, I don't know why they do it, but same thing with presenters at these events. It's always this, like every time.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed.
I don't want to get copyright struck because I'm showing clips of a movie. That's some some next level stuff from IGN. Imagine if they're like, we hate restreamers. We have the rights to show this stuff, but they don't. So let's show a little trailer for our movie review thing that we do and just get people to copyright struck. That'd be great. By the way, you know that Cinemark Club? You know that Cinemark Club thing? Where like you can pay $10 a month and they'll give you the tickets that you can use to like go and you get them at a discount, get discounts on snacks and everything. I've been a member of that for like 2.5 years. But with kids at home, like I don't get to go out to the movies a whole lot. So I have a solid 24 credits built up that I have not used. I have like a lot. So I need to do that. I need to go to the movies more. It's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. What's your favorite fragrance of the day? Or what's your fragrance of the day? One of the colognes I like is, I don't think they even make it anymore. It's Essence by the one and only football star David Beckham. Normally, athlete signed or celebrity signed scents are not that great, but it's actually quite good. And because they don't make it anymore, if you find it, it's very, very cheap. As for other scents, like for candles, I love me some like anything fall related, like cinnamon apple. Eat it up. Love it. It smells rich, but it's not though. It's much more affordable.
Do you like arcade kart racers but wish there were more karts on the track? Like, I don't know, say 60 of them? Well, coming up, there's a game just for you.
Do you like Jackbox party games but wish that they made one that was only for adults and no kids allowed? Well, coming up, there's a game just for you.
Do you like dancing, but you're also a violent person? Well, coming up, there's a game just for you.
Real quick, everyone, I'm not a sneakerhead, but these sneakers seem like he's positioned his feet very precisely so you can see his sneakers. Are these very nice ones or not? Do we have any sneakerheads in here? Do you like jazz? Do you like jazz? No? No? Okay, so he's just posed with them. Okay. I'm not a sneaker guy. I have no idea. I have no idea. Somebody asked me how many pairs of J's do I own, and I was like, like jammies? How many pairs of pajamas do I own? A few. That's not what they meant. That's not what they meant. Poofed. No, okay. I apparently offended a lot of people by asking if they're nice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys would see me on stage. I'd just be wearing my On Cloud like tennis shoes. You'll be like, wow, Luke needs to up his game, bro. Wow. Wow.
And do you like exciting world premieres that you've never seen before until now? Well, coming up, yes, there's a game just for you.
If you answered yes to any or all of those questions,
real quick though, what do like sneaker guys think of like On Clouds or other like tennis shoes or like lifting gym shoes or something like that? New Balance? Yeah. Yeah, those New Balance grandpa shoes, the big white ones that are super padded. What do sneakerheads think of that? Because I'm like, bro, they're like $150, $200 shoes. I'm like, they're nice. They don't wear out. They last forever. But yeah, some Kirkland sneakers. Dude, I used to, like all through high school, early college, I only wore like Walmart shoes. I would only wear Walmart shoes because they were so cheap. And I was like, I can get a pair of sneakers or tennis shoes for $20. Easy peasy. They get the job done. They're on my feet. I don't need to wear something fancy on my feet. And then one day I got as a gift, I think it was for Christmas or something, Nikki's mom got me a nice pair of shoes as like a Christmas present. And so I finally tried a nice pair of shoes and they lasted forever. And I was like, okay, so this is why, because I can wear like a nice pair of shoes that lasts a year, or I can buy like a pair of Walmart shoes that I will like wear a hole through within a couple months. So I end up spending about the same amount of money, if not less, by just getting the nicer one, you know? It awoken me. I still do not get the... I still don't get the thing of like people buying the like $2,000 sneakers that if you wear them, they drop to like $200 in value. If you're a collector, okay, but I don't really get the whole like buy the super expensive shoes and then wear them and then they're worthless, you know? But I also don't really get buying like oh, naughty pack. Oh, baby. A Jackbox Games naughty pack. I like that. That's interesting. No, that's ridiculous. And I collect shoes. Yeah, like if you're collecting them and you're putting them in your closet on a shelf to hold value and eventually maybe sell them or flip them, whatever, I respect that hustle, man. I go for it. That's awesome. What I don't get is when people buy like a $2,000 pair of shoes and then like you see streamers do this all the time and then they wear them just to flex that they could afford a $2,000 pair of shoes that's now worth $50 or whatever since you wore them. But like, I don't get that. I just genuinely don't understand that. But maybe everybody's on the same page with me. Everybody's like, yeah, preach to the choir. We got behind. Timeless Galaxy, okay. Or Times Galaxy. Sulfur. Oh god. Interesting. It's like a 2.5D shooter. I actually really like the look of this. Yeah, look at that. That could be fun. Soundtrack's a banger. Yeah, they're going off. There's a genre name for this called Boomer Shooter.
You just saw trailers for Stampede, Racing Royale, the Jackbox Naughty Pack, Time and Galaxy, and Sulfur. 4 unique indie flavors that taste great together.
Unless you try and play all 4 of those games at the same time, which is not the recommended way to enjoy them.
Yeah, we're always looking out for you here at the 2024 ID at Xbox Showcase.
Okay, I just genuinely don't understand why they have 3 hosts. Like, I just don't... Like, it's one thing if you have hosts and, like, one host handles this set of 5 reveals, next host handles the next 5, and then the next 5. Like, I at least get that. I don't understand why you have 3 hosts that are just standing next to each other all at the same time. It just seems...
Farah, the Sundred Tribes. If you haven't seen Farah before, it's a combination of co-op monster hunting, open world survival craft, and a tribal colony sim with a heavy focus on aerial mechanics. This is my village here. This is where I manage my tribe and where they craft all the equipment.
How have I never heard of this before?
Food, you know, all the stuff that we need to survive in Farah. We're out of harm's way here. We live on a magical floating island. It's surrounded by friendly sky whales, but when I go to the underland below, that's when things get a little bit more interesting. The world of Farah is designed to be kind of a jungle gym for aerial mechanics. You can chain together moves of gliding and tethering to achieve really fast speeds, and it's a lot of fun to see your friends zipping around you, soaring in the air like your fighter jets.
I mean,
but right now we're on a mission to track...
I mean, they said it was colony sim mixed with monster hunting, and then co-op with aerial stuff. Like, this could be a fun one to play with the boys. That looks like it could be fun. I mean, my understanding is this is basically what they're trying to do with that Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West Monster Hunter kind of spin-off co-op game they've been working on for ages. Is they're basically trying to do this, like a co-op thing. I don't know.
115 donated $9.99.
Thank you, Fresh.
Hey Luke, just turned 23. Any advice on life? And I am thinking of going back to college to attend online.
Ooh.
C19 messed up everything to get a degree or certificate.
Oh, it cuts off after a certain number of letters. To get a degree or certificate in the tech field, is it too late? Oh no, dude, it's never too late. Like, honestly, this again, maybe it's a hot take. The male brain is not like done developing to know what you're really fascinated and interested in until you're like 25, 26. So it's kind of ridiculous that they expect you to just know what you want to do for the rest of your life at 18 years old, or realistically like 16, 17 when you're supposed to be applying for colleges and stuff. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. If it were up to me and I were the almighty dictator of the universe, I would like make it so college, the normal age for college would be like 22 to 24 to enter, and then you finish your education in your later 20s, because then you actually know what you're interested in. Like, at that point, that works way better. When I first was going into college, like I thought I was all into like political science, or I wanted to go and just study like acting, or I wanted to go, and worst case scenario, I'd go marketing. I ended up with a degree in corporate finance, and now I work as a YouTuber in the gaming field. Like, a lot can happen in a few short years. It's never too late. And like, if anything, you should look at it as a net benefit that now you could go into this and actually know what you want to do. The other thing I would say, you know, college classes are great because you can save a lot of money. And then in addition to all of that, I went to community college for my first 2 years, and it saved me tens of thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. And like, yeah, some of my buddies that went straight to the 4-year university tried to make fun of me, saying I missed out on the college experience. Guess who's doing much, much better now? Guess who has almost completely paid off all student loans, all of that debt. Guess who owns a house? Guess who has a wife and kids and is like extremely happy living his dream job? The guy that did it by the smarter way, which is just to save money, not to have some experience, but to rather like go to college for the sake of learning and stuff. So I'd heavily encourage you to check out like community college courses for the first couple of years if you need to do those still. You'll save a ton of money. Like, it's seriously a 15th the cost. It's outrageous. And then you go and like you can go finish the last 2 years at a bigger university that's going to be more expensive. That's what I recommend. That's what I did, and it's way better. It's way better to do that. The first 2 years of college are basically just catching you up on everything that you probably learned in high school, which is why they say it's like supposed to be about the experience you're going. And like at my college, they required you to go in and like live in the dorms that were like $10,000-$15,000 for the year. They would require you as a freshman to live there. And after that, they would require you to do all sorts of extra stuff that was even further, you know, monetized out the ass. And they do that because they're like, we really want the students to have the same shared experience of being on campus and becoming adults together and all that. It's like, bro, they make it free. What are you talking about? It was outrageous. It was outrageous. Do like BYU and send them on a mission? Yeah, there you go. Dude, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's all just outrageous. All of that to say, It's absolutely never ever too late. You should go check out like community college to knock out the first couple years if you need to do those, and you'll save a ton of money. You'll meet some amazing people who are in similar positions as you are, and then you get to just transfer into whatever school you want to do, whether it's online or in person, and finish out your degree. Like that's what I would say. Sivan or Kevin, there's a direct correlation between success and IQ, not the amount of money spent on education. Yeah, if anything, maybe there's an inverse correlation there. Maybe it's the debt you take to get that. But again, the problem is a lot of people, like, they're encouraged to get student loans when they're 17 years old. Like when you're 17, you have no perception, even if you're like really smart, even if you know finance and math, you have no practical experience with what $100,000 of debt means. You have no understanding of that. It's certainly not at 10% or 15%. It's crippling. It can ruin your life. I have members of my family who are approaching 60 years old and still have well over $100,000 in student loan debt. And guess what? In the US, student loan debt, you can't get rid of it with bankruptcy. It doesn't even go away when you die. It transfers to your loved ones. It's like another level of evil. Like the fact that they give it to people is baffling. It's one of the most unethical things in the US that happens, full stop. Like it's outrageous. It's outrageous. Yeah, it's like a whole thing. I think if you have federal backed loans, there's ways you can get out of it. There's some hoops you can jump through. But if you have like private student loans, they don't transfer, or they don't get rid of it when you go into bankruptcy or anything. Like there's no getting out of it. It follows you. Yeah. It's horrifying. Yeah, student loans is like, it's not just predatory, it's like evil, because you're going to literal children and telling them this is your future. No, you get $100,000 in student loan debt now. You'll go to college, have the college experience, and then you'll make good money when you're out of school, and then you'll be able to pay it down. I know somebody who's a doctor. And has like, or had like $350,000 in student loan debt. So she's a doctor. She's making like $160,000 a year. But she's not living like she's making $160,000 a year because she's spending something insane like $1,800 a month on student loan payments. It's crazy. No, you're 30K? No, when I got out of college, I had, I think, like 48,000 in student loan debt for my whole degree, for everything. I had about 48,000. The big thing, refinance if you can at lower rates. That is a godsend if you can do that. And then beyond that, pay it off now when the balance is low. If you put it off and wait till you're rich or when you're making more money, it's going to balloon. Like just take care of it aggressively as fast as you freaking can. Yeah. Did you find yourself in corporate finance? Yeah, and don't do variable rates if you can't. Yeah, if you can manage it, refinance even through private lenders. If you have like a rich family member, or even like not even necessarily a fully rich family member. My screen just went black. That was weird. It's been doing this where like the device goes to sleep. Damn it. Yeah, if you have like a grandparent or somebody that has money in savings or something, approach them and ask them if they'd be willing to write you a note or something to refinance even part of it. If you have like private loans that are really aggressive, just whatever you can do to get out of like a 10-15% interest rate, which is what people are getting signed up for right now, do it, because that'll cripple you for life. It's insane. Yeah, 30K is similar to a car loan. Yeah, it's large but not life ending. Yeah, but if you do 30 grand and you have like 15% interest and you don't pay it off for the next 10 years, it's gonna balloon up to like 80 to 90. You know, it's crazy. So I would just heavily encourage you all, If you have debt, tackle it aggressively, and you will be very pleased that you did. You just have to. It's like, it's going to suck. You're going to drive a clunker. Like, okay, last thing, and then we'll get back to the event we're doing. Because this is quite the tangent. But I drove a car, okay, an old 1996 Volvo station wagon. I forget what the official name was. It was like a Volvo something 600. Something 600, but like S600 maybe, I don't know. But it's like an old like 1996. This car is older than I am. Okay, I drove that thing while I worked as a janitor going through school, and I remember, like, I paid, I think, $500 for it. Like $500, you couldn't take it on the highway. Like, it was very janky, but it got the job done. Got me to and from work, got me to and from classes, whatever. And I drove that. And while I was driving it, I still remember this to this day, and it is actively pissed me off, but also motivated me for so long. A member of my extended family saw the car after I had bought it and looked at me and said, "Wow, it looks like you're driving a hearse." This person, bear in mind, had a car bought for them by a parent, had their college paid for, had their cell phone paid for, insurance paid for. It pissed me off so bad, but it motivated me very hardcore. Damn, did it motivate me. And so I take those moments where somebody was giving me crap for being financially responsible, and I use it to motivate and push and push and push. And I remember that, and I'll remember that probably till the day I die, when somebody was trying to make fun of me for driving a car that was like old. Meanwhile, they just were like trying to mock me for being financially responsible in my position, because I didn't have somebody that was going to buy me a car. I didn't have somebody that was going to pay for all my bills. And it pushed me. And now I'm happy to report that I am in a much better position than that person is today. Not that it's necessarily a competition, but with that person, it's a competition, and it always will be. Because screw that noise. Okay. Screw that noise. So anyway, it's still, like I said, it's an extended family member. I still love them dearly, but that is something that has pissed me off for years, and that's always sat back there. And I've told them about it. We've talked about it, and like, you know, they've said like, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." I'm like, well, it's kind of hard not to mean it that way, but okay. But I still use it as motivation, as drive. So the lesson of all of this, it did it again. What is happening? What is happening? Okay, now it's back up there, but it's not on my screen. Come on. It's like trying to put itself to sleep or something. I don't know what it's doing. Come on. My screen's still black. Anyway, the lesson with all of this is to find a family member that trash talks you and use their hatred to drive you to greatness. That's the lesson. That is the lesson. Oh my God. Okay. My screen's still black. I don't know why.
The time is right, I'll be able to hatch the egg, and I'll gain a new addition to my beast menagerie, who I can then bring into the Underland to help me out in all sorts of ways. So that's a little snippet of what makes up our game. If you like what you see and you want to find out more, give us a wish list and follow us at playfera.com.
Oh, look that up. I like that. Thank you for the membership, Shinobi.
Shinobi Drip is now a member.
What? Oh, it's kind of like, what was that game? It launched with the Switch. It was like Snipper Clips had some stuff kind of like this. Dude, it did it again. What is happening? Is my capture card just dying? Hold on. a song. Seriously, I think. I need somebody to like clip this song with like that gif of Kratos twerking and dancing and stuff. That's what I need.
We still have a ton more surprises up ahead right here on ID at Xbox and IGN. Can we tease one of them?
Like, make fun of them in rude or mean ways? Like, spread a vicious rumor about them on the playground? I don't know why you'd want to do that to any of the games here today. None of them have done anything to deserve that.
Dude, my screen went black again. What is the deal? Okay, we're gonna like disable and re-enable the device real quick. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this. It's that new Elgato capture card. It doesn't have problems elsewhere. I don't know why it's just now having problems. Okay, we'll just let it install its little update, and then I guess we'll hopefully have it fixed. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing like the host thing where they're like trying to do funny banter. It's like we've all been there, but honestly, like there's nothing quite as awkward. Oh, it's gonna make me okay, well I can't close down OBS, so I guess we're just gonna struggle bus through it. Yeah, anyway, there's nothing more cringy than somebody trying to be funny where it just doesn't land. And again, I'm sure these guys are like awesome people. I don't know any of them. I'm sure they're awesome people. I'm questioning the script and the decision to have 3 of them on stage. Like it's kind of weird.
After all, isn't teasing just a less mean version of bullying?
I mean, tease one of the games we're going to show later, as in the show, reveal a part of a surprise.
Oh wait, is this why one person in chat was like, did Sweet Baby Inc. help with this? Okay. Now I know why. I was like, are you talking about the game? Because I think the game we were looking at was like that creepy horror game that was like really not. It didn't make sense. But now I see, maybe that's what you were talking about. You're talking about this and like the dialogue and the banter. Maybe that's what you're referring to. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Because it is like Forspoken levels. Yeah. Hassan, thank you also for the super chat. Hey Luke, my dad's friend has $51,000 in credit card debt, and he is asking my dad to take a personal loan for him so he can pay it off. Should my dad do that? So my dad's friend has $51,000 in credit card debt, and he's asking my dad to take out a personal loan for him. Honestly, I don't know the relationship between your dad and his friend. Whenever you're talking about like tens of thousands of dollars, I think it's really sketchy. Like nothing will ruin a friendship faster than money, politics, or religion. Like those 3 things will certainly do it. So like, and if anything, it were to ever happen, like let's say you take out the personal loan, or your dad takes out the personal loan, and then you use that $51,000 to pay off his credit card debt, and he starts paying your dad monthly payments. What happens when he misses one? What happens when he misses 2 or 3? You know, like the loan is in your dad's name. If your friend just cuts it off and runs off and moves somewhere else, your dad has no recourse unless he's hired a lawyer to do all of this. But if you hire a lawyer to make a contract describing repayments and stuff, the lawyer is going to tell you not to do it, because it probably doesn't hold up in court. So I would say no. I would not do that. Personally, it would make me really, really uncomfortable. It sucks for the guy that has all the credit card debt, but frankly, it's not your dad's fault he has all that credit card debt. And your dad shouldn't put himself into a really financially troublesome position to dig his friend out of a problem he got himself into, you know? So, yeah, working with family can ruin relationships, right, Jacob? Exactly.
It's like a clue. You know what? Forget it. It's Vampire Survivors.
Oh wait, watch as he just kind of slowly tiptoes in from stage right. That's great.
Tease one of the games we're going to show later, as in the show, reveal a part of a surprise like a clue. You know what? Forget it. It's Vampire Survivors. We're going to show you new stuff coming to the hit game Vampire Survivors.
Present your hands. Present your hands.
Does that work for you?
Oh yeah, it's way better. I love that game.
Well, I'm glad you two worked that out. Anyways, don't forget to stick around after the showcase for a very special ID at Xbox post-show edition of Podcast Unlocked, IGN's weekly Xbox show. But first, here's a whole bunch of upcoming indie...
Did he just wink at me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this again. Watch his left eye.
...edition of Podcast Unlocked, IGN's weekly Xbox show. But first, here's a whole bunch of upcoming indie games coming to Xbox, including one you can play today. Take a look.
Ooh. Tales of Iron.
Can you truly conquer the darkness? If it returns, night after night, the formidable Wardens of the North, hailed vanquishers of the Dark Wings, feared not. Tirelessly they trained generation after generation, ready for that fateful day when the shadows will reclaim their bloody reign. Alas, we never have as long as we dare hope. As Arlo, son of Eivor, prepare to embark on an epic quest across the vast realms of the Northern Wastes to purge your lands of the darkness once and for all. But you won't defeat Count Kazak and his dreaded Sky Scorchers alone. Unite the disparate clans of the realm. Rebuild Winter's Edge to an all-new glory.
It does sound like Doug, doesn't it?
The very weapons of legend. Though remember, the stronger the light, the darker the shadow. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter.
Whiskers
Wishlist
of Winter.
now.
I like it. I think that looks fun. It looks cool. Apparently, Don't Nod sold Life is Strange rights to the new Lost Records franchise. Is apparently their chance to remake it with creative control. Oh, interesting. Okay. I love it. Okay, cool. I mean, it's weird that they sold the rights. Like, I do remember vaguely them having like financial troubles for a while, so can't say I'm too surprised, but still, I mean, I'm glad to hear it. And Leo, thank you for the 3 months as well. That's awesome. Thank you. I think Square Enix owns Life is Strange now. Okay. Okay, the first one was received well. Some of you are saying that is Doug. Which, if you don't know, Doug is the voice actor who plays Geralt in the CDPR games, which is why we were saying that it kind of sounds like Doug. It's that deep, gravelly voice. It wasn't quite the same, so he was making it different. He wasn't just doing Geralt's voice, but it was reminiscent.
So you want to hear about Hangry? Sure. Well, he's a hunter. A loner, probably out there in the marshes right now trying to work off his debt to Chef Gutra. His appetite gets him in places you don't want to be. And those toes might be biting off more than they could chew. Hangry's gotta hunt vicious beasts on dangerous worlds, keep his cravings under control, and get the cargo back here to Gutra's Diner, a new spot in our shiny Zeta City. When you are in here, keep a sharp eye on the goons hanging around. They got ways of dealing with troublemakers. So, watch what you eat. if you know what I mean.
Hangry. Paradise Killer. A Yakuza legend. Oh, we disconnected for a second. I think we're back now. We disconnected for a second, but I think we're back. Okay, that was weird. Huh. Yeah, we're back. You might have to refresh. You might have to refresh, but we're back. Okay, I have no idea what I'm looking at. What the hell is this game? Okay. Oh god, wow. This is an acid trip, dude. A lot of these games are like straight up acid trips. And my screen went black again. Is everything just breaking today? My computer wouldn't turn on. Like, it's still, you can see it on stream, but my screen is black. My computer wouldn't turn on. I had to open up the case and take the glass panel off and like try to manually boot it. I don't know. I think the case might be going bad or something. I didn't know a PC case could go bad, but apparently it is. Seriously, my screen is just black. What is happening? Firework. Not my personal cup of tea. Doesn't mean it's bad. Just not my personal cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, Hassan, I would just say with all that, if a bank isn't going to give your friend or your dad's friend a loan for $51,000, why on earth should your dad? Like, if a bank whose job it is to lend money thinks that your dad's friend is not like a safe investment or isn't going to repay it or whatever, why should your dad bother with it? Like, it just, and at the end of the day, it's just not, frankly, your dad's problem. And it's kind of uncool. Oh, look at that. That's cool. It's kind of uncool for somebody to come and ask you to save them from their financial woes that they've gotten themselves into. Like, if you need help and you honestly need help, that's fine. But
that was a look at the upcoming
doesn't mean that
Tales of
somebody
Iron
should be
2,
compelled.
Angry, Promise Mascot Agency, and a ton of upcoming releases from Gamera Games, which will all be hitting Game Pass day one.
The Rewinder is available on Xbox Game Pass as of, well, today, so keep an eye out for it. And coming up, a closer look at something Xbox is partnering with called the Ayayay Initiative.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Triple I. You know, like AAA, but with I for indie.
Are you sure? That doesn't really like roll off the tongue like Ayayay.
Well, here's an informative video to hopefully set the record straight.
Ew, juicy. Ooh, I like that. I haven't tried Flintlock. I thought it looked interesting. I just haven't tried it myself. Never Alone. That's trippy. Silk Song. I don't think we're seeing Silk Song today. If they have Silk Song, they're gonna show it this summer. Like it's a big enough drop that they'll just wait for when it's gonna really make a splash, you know? Or May. Cat Quest. Okay.
That was a look at some of the featured games from the Triple I initiative, all of them coming soon to Xbox.
Next up, we're checking out an action RPG that has players embarking on a nice, relaxing vacation in the Austrian Alps.
My lovely vacations don't usually involve dungeons, personally, but who am I to judge? Let's do some sightseeing in Dungeons of Hinterberg.
I finally realized what this is giving me the vibes of. Like, you know when you go to the movies and it's like that something Menounos, whatever her name is, and it's like really awkward hosting that they do to just burn time until the movie starts that you actually are paying to be there for. That's the vibes I'm getting here. Is like, you know, the movie theater host before the movie starts. That's the vibes I'm getting. This is trippy. I've seen this one all over the place, though. I've seen this before.
You can book your trip to tour the Dungeons of Hinterberg today. It's now available for pre-order.
Up next, most survival games require players to collect materials and harvest resources so they can craft stuff to defend themselves. This next one, not so much. In fact, you don't even have to push any buttons.
Here's what's coming next to the horrifyingly addictive indie smash hit, Vampire Survivors.
Oh.
Check it out.
I heard that pitch. I was like, what? You don't have to press any buttons? But yeah, Vampire Survivors, you're technically just running around. That's true.
Quadruple A update is our most ambitious yet. Hyper-realistic holiday-themed characters.
Question marks.
Immersive door-opening action. World premiere train mechanics. Genre-defining kart racing. Fully rendered running animations. Laboratory update out now.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Shots fired. And I think Phil Spencer also had like 1,000 hours in this game, didn't he? It was a lot. No, okay, I overstated it. So he spent he showed his yearly roundup on Xbox, and he had spent 233 hours in Vampire Survivors in 2022.
And that's a wrap on this year's ID at Xbox Showcase, but we're not finished just yet. Although the showcase part of the ID at Xbox Showcase is coming to a close, that doesn't mean we don't have more to showcase you. That sounded weird. Either way, we showed you a bunch of awesome games today, but now it's time to actually play them.
Up next, we're taking a deeper dive into some of the awesome...
Okay, so that's it. That's it. I mean, honestly, my main takeaways were like that new Don't Nod game. I want to keep an eye on that. That's kind of cool. That really trippy like 8-bit one was interesting, and then that Terra or Farah game looked interesting as well. Oh my god, dude, look at all the comments. We demand Silk Song, we demand Silk Song. Granted, it's probably like 10 people just copying and pasting the same message over and over and over again, but it's the same thing with like every PlayStation showcase. Even if they were to just like casually drop, oh yeah, here is like Spider-Man 3, and then we also have Horizon, that sequel, and The Last of Us Part 3, and we're also doing Uncharted 5, and we're doing all this other crazy stuff. People would still be like, 6 out of 10, no Bloodborne. Just every single time. Yeah, Pal World Arena, we already knew about that though. That was already announced. So there's nothing like that exciting there for me personally, but like I'll check it out when it drops. I'll play it when it drops, but like it's not for me anything shocking or unexpected. Yeah, what else? Were there any other really solid ones? Yeah, no God of War. Yeah, then people freak out about that. Yeah. They still have a killer app. Yeah, well, and I mean, honestly, it's like, that's why I'm saying if they were to just casually come out and just be like, oh yeah, by the way, we have a remake of, of Fallout New Vegas coming. And it's literally just the splash screen. I think people would lose their minds. Like, you know, the original New Vegas cinematic trailer, like this thing.
Peggy,
if they were to just do this, and like they could hire an outside company to do it, and it was just this reveal, and then as the oh yeah, look at that. Oh, I forgot how badass this was. Look at that. Oh my god. Currently in development at Obsidian Entertainment for the Xbox 360 video game and entertainment system. I forgot they used to phrase it like that. And then they just drop this Fallout New Vegas and then underneath remake. People would lose their freaking mind. People would lose their mind. And then they could spend 3 years doing it, and I think people would put up with it. But at least then people would then have something to really look forward to. Fall 2010. This was uploaded February 4th, 2010. What's crazy is at the time this was made, they had probably only spent about a year total working on this game. From the time that they were like, okay, start working on it, to when they released. Only about a year. And then after this would be about 6 months before it released. Like, people forget, New Vegas was cobbled together mighty fast. Mighty fast. Okay. Let's see, what else did we talked about that. We talked about that. Let me close these tabs real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it was 18 months total. Yeah, June 9th is Summer Games Fest. Yeah, or I think June 9th sounds right. I might be able to go to it. I don't know. I'd like to, but we shall see. I will probably be in LA around that time anyways, so I would love to be able to go and try some stuff early. But we shall see. June 9th is the Xbox Game Showcase. Is June 10th Summer Games Fest? Summer Game Fest. Boop. Or is it the 8th? Live June 7th. Okay, so it's June 7th. The 8th, I don't know if there's anything on that day. The 9th is the Xbox Showcase, and then I think Ubisoft's is on the 10th. Is that right? Oh, it was leaked, so it's not even confirmed yet. Okay. Yeah, something like that. It's something like that. Okay, we touched on that. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I feel like we should. We were going to touch on this beforehand, but we'll just touch on it now, and that's not a pun. New segment. Okay, so you guys all know about Stellar Blade. We've all heard about it. We've all seen it. It's hard not to, frankly. But it released. However, there was a scandal that erupted over the weekend tied to its launch, and it all has to do with false advertising, false statements, blah blah blah, statements made by Sony that people felt were lies. And so naturally people are a little bit upset about it. Basically, PlayStation came out beforehand, before the game released, and said very clearly that Stellar Blade was going to launch, or I'm not sure if it was technically Sony that said it. I think it was technically the game's developer and studio said it. But they said Stellar Blade will be uncensored globally. Like they're not cutting anything out of it. They're not doing that. It is launching in its purest form. Nothing will be altered for its final release, right? That's what they said. And they said this like in the week leading up to the game's launch. But then the game drops. And there's a day one patch, as there is with pretty much every single game that drops. And what happened was people started comparing stuff. So after this update happened, people noticed that compared to previous versions of the game, some of Eve's outfits were toned down, with some elements being introduced to cover the heroine up a little bit more. In a comparison between two images, one Reddit user, of course on Reddit, showed how a particular outfit in Stellar Blade had been toned down with shift up, incorporating another layer of clothing that made the cosmetic ever so slightly less revealing. The item in question looks like some kind of one-piece swimsuit, and thanks to changes made by Shift Up, the developer, that swimsuit now has another layer beneath it, extending to cover Eve's hips and breasts a little bit more. So here's the little side-by-side comparison. So the 1.0 update that they dropped, or the 1.0 version that's on the disc when you buy it, versus the 1.002 update that's the day one patch. And so they equipped the same outfit, and then they compared it, and there's like a piece of cloth in between, like over the cleavage, and then the portion over the hips spreads out another layer so that it's more covering. And people called for like boycotts of the game. People started calling for Sony to, as the publisher, to be punished for false advertising, to be sued by it, and all of that. One of the biggest points of the debate ahead of the game's release was centered around the objectification of the main character, Eve. It's no big secret that Shift Up designed her character to be as curvy and eye-catching as possible, but that was a sore spot for many, and it kicked off a vibrant debate as to the necessity of the character looking the way she does. Now, a petition has surfaced to remove the apparent censorship from Stellar Blade. Yes, really. Dude, how do they phrase it, though? Free Stellar Blade. It's a petition Okay, we believe in shift up. We are asking to get the game we believed in. Revert the censorship changes, patch the game, and you'll find that even more gamers will join you and support you. And then a bunch of different languages of it, and there's that. So they have 48,000 signatures right there. 12,000 people signed today. So here's where I'm at with it, okay? Here's where I'm at. Do they have the original? They don't have the original thing linked. Let me find the original statement. Stellar Blade will launch uncensored. Okay, because where I'm at with this, yeah, this is what they said on April 22nd. So like a week ago, they said Stellar Blade will release uncensored in all regions. And that's how they described it. It's not going to have anything altered. Yeah, older examples of Dead Space were EA's Japan GM Sean Naguchi wondered out loud what the difference between Stellar Blade's violence and their own violence was when they were rejected for a rating in Japan. So they said clearly it's not going to be censored, and the game as it had been shown off would be released. And so when people finally saw it, with the day one patch, they did the before and after side by side, and they're like, clearly changes were made. And everybody that's very upset about this is blaming Sony for compelling them to do this. My understanding is that the devs have come out and said, no, we wanted to do this, but everybody's like, they're probably made to say that by Sony. So who knows who's actually responsible for the changes. Is it kind of funny to call for boycotts because there's an extra layer of clothing that covers up some of the cleavage and makes the hips a little less visible? Is that funny to be that upset about it? It's a little funny, you have to admit. The problem is that it's an altered version when it was promised that it was going to be completely unaltered, that it was going to be uncensored. So people feel lied to. Especially because it was done in sort of a sneaky way where they release the game, you get the physical copy, it does a day one update patch, and it's in that patch that it's changed. So the version of the game that they shipped, literally physically shipped to people, is different than the version that they're actually delivering. Not just with balance updates, which there are balance updates. It's not like that's the only thing that was altered in this update, the day one patch. There's also other things, like apparently they balanced some boss encounters. They did some fixes and refinement, bug fixes, optimization, stuff like that. So there is an actual improvement there in addition to this other stuff. But people feel like the game's been censored. And as you bring up, Blake, it's not just, you read my mind, it's not just outfits, despite what you might hear from a lot of publications. There's also, let me see if there's a side-by-side. Stellar Blade gore. The gore and like blood effects and stuff have also been allegedly censored as well. Where is this? I'm not sure if there's going to be a clear side-by-side. Post-translation, what's going on, Sarah? Stellar Blade demo is really fun and absolutely action-packed. However, Sarah, you denied the Dead Space rating because, okay, that has to do with the rating changes. That's not really what I was looking for. Yeah, and then like this, where this is the original outfit, and then in the updated outfit, she's wearing leggings. But like with all this stuff, there's a number of outfits that have been toned down in how aggressively scantily clad they are. But then there's also changes to stuff like gore. So it doesn't seem like it's purely just cosmetic adjustments or something. It seems like there was a concerted effort to make this more toned down across the board. And people feel as though this is that they were lied to. And I think that's where I can understand the frustration more. Like, as you guys are bringing up, like Baldur's Gate 3 is worse nudity wise. Yeah, there's straight up full nudity and sex scenes and everything in Baldur's Gate. Some fairly graphic and telling. So, and same like The Witcher 3 and all that. There's all of that stuff that you can point to where there's more egregious examples of scantily clad individuals or full nudity in games. That's not really the problem. The problem is that the community feels like either the developers wanted to make one game and they were forced to make another, or even if they wanted to make these changes, they were pitched and sold one game that they can see in the 1.0 update, and then in the 1.002 update, the game is, I wouldn't say maybe substantively different, if that's a word. It's different in its presentation and it's been watered down. Exactly. Fool's muddy, the water, and why it's bad. This is why you buy physical, the original versions, no matter what. Well, but also it's different. So, oh wait, Leo says, maybe this is why I couldn't find the article on it that I had seen before. Blood thing was debunked. Eve was more covered in blood in trailers and demo because it entered a cutscene in the release. There is no cutscene and the game just continues. Okay, so people were looking at that and interpreting that the gore was tuned down. Okay, so with that knowledge, Leo, the one and only Leo Lee, that is one of our fantastic mods here on Luke Stevens Live. With that knowledge, and that would imply that in addition to like balancing updates and stuff, all of the updates to the outfits kind of stand out as the only cosmetic alteration that's been made in the game. Not just like there wasn't also gore, it was just the outfits. And all of the outfits have been altered to make them more like they're still not really PC. They're still not really politically correct or what I would consider to be like pleasing to the types of people that are really upset about Stellar Blade, but they're less revealing at the end of the day. And I don't know, I mean, it does seem like something or somebody got a call and they needed to tone it down a little bit and make it less revealing. Whether that's what they had to do to get it approved for release or not, it's not really clear at this point, but it does seem like the game was altered from the original intention to tone it down. And if you want to like boycott the game over that, you know, more power to you. The game is still a great game. Like the combat's still great. The encounters are great. Like mechanically, it's a very solid game, but it does seem like somebody got a call to tone it down to keep people or keep somebody more happy. It's just, and that's frustrating because you would hope that artists and developers could just make exactly the game they want to make. For me, I've told you guys, I'm already like so burnt out on boycotts. I just, for one, they don't work as far as we could tell. I mean, the game that had the biggest calls for boycotts probably in recent history was Hogwarts Legacy, and that was the most successful game of the year. So calling for boycotts, I don't think really does it. What I think has much more success is open mockery and teasing. And we've seen that with like Tarkov so far, where even like Helldivers developers are making fun of the Tarkov devs for the stupid stuff that they've been doing over the last few days. And I think that mockery can work very, very well. But like, as with all this, it's just for you to decide if that's what you want to do, if you want to pursue refunds, if you want to cancel your pre-orders, whatever. That is totally up to you. Somebody within the Asmongold subreddit showed that they were able to get a refund for the game after claiming that the reason for the refund was false advertisement. So it does seem like PlayStation is refunding people if you tag it that way. Do I think some people were saying that they could file like a class action lawsuit or something? I don't think this is an egregious enough offense to do that. Like, I just don't think you would win, frankly, because I think you take it to a judge and be like, see, they put an extra layer of cloth around her crotch and over her cleavage. And I think the judge would laugh at you. Yeah, it would be a literal booba lawsuit. I don't think you'd win, frankly. So in that case, just vote with your individual wallet. If you are very upset about this, refund the game, because it seems like they'll actually give it to you. For me, I mean, I can understand why some people are upset on principle. But like at the end of the day, still, it's a little funny to be very, very upset to the point where you made a petition because the character is a little bit less scantily clad. I get why you're upset. And if you want to refund the game, I'm not going to make fun of you. Like, that's fine. It's a little funny. Okay. It's a little bit funny. It's just a tad hilarious. Yeah, and if you really are upset about it, buy the physical copy. But like I said, there's apparently a handful of issues with balancing in the unbalanced game from the 1.0 update, because in that day one patch, they did a number of performance improvements and balances and stuff. So you're going to be playing a different version of the game. The angry people are all teenagers. Well, like, people ask me why I didn't review the game. And honestly, like, it's just because I did that. I tried on it and the review would have done fine or even well. But for me, it's just the people that were, this game was being orbited by two groups of people. The people that were the really anti-Stellar Blade types that were like, this is like a pure form of sexism. It's everything wrong with the gaming industry that we fought to overcome, blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff before they realized like the character model was a scan of a real human being. They were like, see, nobody looks like that. And they're like, no, somebody does actually look like that. Look over here. This is her. You know, then they walked it back pretty quick. But like, there's that group of people that were just super toxic in their own right. And then there's another group of people on the other side that were, you saying you want to enjoy Stellar Blade privately? Kind of. No, like, then the other group of people were the guys that were like the incel types that we all know, like, they're very, that there's a small subset of people like that are really into this game. We all know that there's a group of people like that are really into this and those outfits for those reasons. And those people were also on the other side of the spectrum, equally toxic in their own way, where if I was not talking enough about how sexy the character was in my video, I was part of the problem and I was woke and all that. And it was just kind of annoying. So it was enough of a headache to balance between those two that I was like, you know what, I'll just play the game because the game is good. The game is a good game. The mechanics are good, gameplay is good, story's bleh, but the gameplay is really solid, which is why you should be playing this game. So I'll play it myself. As Leo said, I'll play with Stellar Blade by myself. And I'll have a good time with it. But I don't think I'm going to like try to do a ton of content on it because I'm just the headache is killing me. No, to be fair, it's not just like a couple of comments to be clear. Like, there's also many other things. Like, we have been working very hard. We've produced like 8 or 9 videos in the last, whatever it is, 11 days or something like that. So we've been working very hard, and to do a Stellar Blade review would have been quite disruptive, and we wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the other stuff that you'll be seeing in the coming weeks. So, you know, we were just picking our battles. But it's like, if I'm going to pick to like play a game just for me and for fun or make content for it, if I have the option between a game that I can play and have fun with just by myself, and then, you know, or I can do this and it's going to be a headache and I'm going to be like trying to walk a tightrope to like the one guy that got upset because I referred to somebody as like a monkey brain. I was like, yeah, the monkey brain likes the booba. And somebody's like, actually, I'm not a monkey. I was made in my God's image. It's like, okay. We're just gonna chill. Yeah. Either way, Stellar Blade is a fun game. Mechanically, it's really good. If you want to boycott it over this stuff, more power to you. If you want to get a refund, go for it, because it seems like they are issuing refunds to people who file them. I'm playing it, having a good time, enjoying it as a video game. But I also can understand why you might want to not purchase it for, like, out of principle. Like, I can understand that at least. Well, actually, Luke, yeah. Yeah, literally monkey brain when neuron activates saying booba. Well, actually, I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape. It's different. Actually, well, actually. Okay, let's do this. You know what? Let's shift gears. Let's shift gears just a tad. I want to do this. Okay. Are we closer in DNA structure to a mushroom anyways? Actually, actually, our DNA is extremely close to pigs, which is why pigs are often used to genetically test different medications that will eventually affect humans. So actually, Luke. Anyway, it's stupid. Moving on. Gum Cuzzler. Thank you for 4 months, by the way, my friend. Thank you. Okay, let's shift into this. What will we? Yeah. How much dedicated wham do I need? By the way, do you guys hold on? This is also a slight detour. Oh crap, who did it? What was her name? Join my dad's Minecraft Sovo. Yeah, she girl where is it? I saw the video. Oh yeah, this. So this girl, you remember this video way back when? Do you remember this video way back when?
Hey.
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, MineForgeCraft? I've got business cards here if you would like to join.
Join his Minecraft what?
Minecraft, mineforgecraft.com.
Oh, MineForgeCraft.
He's had it up for a few years, I think.
Dude, all of these Q&As just are so freaking awkward. It just hurts. It hurts so bad. And then, like, you see some of these other clips where, like, people are just like the most socially awkward you've ever seen. It's really difficult to watch. Like, honestly, really, really difficult.
Question on this left side.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated wham I should have to a server?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Dedicated wham to a server.
And listen, these kids are just playing the game that they like. They're just playing the games that they like, having a good time, and I'm glad they are, okay? And you might, like, honestly just want to give them maybe a little bit of benefit of the doubt or whatever, or like a little leniency, because they're just playing a game they like. And for the like latter guy, the dedicated wham, that's just that's a cool kid in my book, okay? That's a cool kid in my book. I'd like to hang out with that kid. He's probably like 35 at this point because that video's a little older. But the first girl that wanted the guy to join, or Notch to join her dad's Minecraft Sovo, somebody found her again. And you will never believe the story that's tied to her. We won't go through the whole thing. I just wanted to show you because I discovered this out of nowhere and it blew my mind, and I just need somebody else to hear about this.
And if they look familiar, then hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're going to be talking about someone that goes on the internet by the name of Anaconda. And if they look familiar, then they probably are to you. You might remember them from this clip right here.
Hey.
Would you like...
It's her. So they found her as an adult, and she posts to TikTok. What does she post to TikTok?
talking about today. The person from the very cringy Minecraft interview type things that happened a very long time ago. Almost every single one of those interactions of someone walking up to a mic and asking a question were the cringiest thing alive, mainly because the people on stage could barely hear the person. It would be a continuous battle of what, huh, or who. Now buckle up and get ready to get to our destination. But before I start driving, I just quickly want to say thank you to Chris for telling me about this person so I could look into it. You're the reason that this video is being made, so a big thank you to Chris. Now moving on.
Real quick, it is about to get so bad. Wherever you think this is going, you have no idea.
Basically, what this whole, little wacky wookie drama has come from was whenever this person openly admitted to being excited over animals. And not just the kind of, oh, that's a dog, let me go pet this cute dog. A different type of excited. Probably an excited that you would have if you saw your husband or wife at night sometime, if you're catching my drift here. But before we proceed, I just want to give a quick trigger warning to some people because this stuff will involve her talking about romancing animals. Not only that, it will involve her doing some other things with animals that will genuinely irk and make a lot of people sad.
So we're not going to go through all of it. If you want to see it, the video is the TikToker that gets excited by animals a little too much. And it's, I mean, she goes on these like dating show things where like she'll go and talk with somebody and just casually mention like, what, you never have like fantasies of getting railed by a horse or whatever? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And there's a lot. No, it's not just furries. She goes into a lot of detail and sort of suggests that maybe she's acted on these things before. It's pretty horrifying. And she claims that she's like joking and it was just memeing or whatever. It doesn't seem like that's the case. So when I discovered this again and I realized that like, oh, this girl that just was asking if she wanted, like if you wanted to join her dad's Minecraft Sovo, like you might just initially be like, oh, okay, that was a fun moment in internet history. Well, she grew up to be quite the creep, unfortunately. And now that has been shared with you, do with that information as you wish. But yeah, there's a whole thing. Yeah, dodged a bullet not joining that server. Exactly. Oh, sorry, queep. Yes. Yeah. See, I don't want to make fun of anybody's speech impediment because, you know, we've all got things that we say that are weird. I can't pronounce many words, as you guys have learned. Like, and you can't help it. I don't want to make fun of anybody's speech impediment unless you're into bestiality, and then it's open season. See what I did there? Okay, moving on. But that just popped up in my little like feed, and now I had seen that video where they had found her again, and I had to share it with you. So, yeah. I wish I could go back to the person I was 10 minutes ago. Why is that on your feed? Well, I mean, you guys know I keep up with a handful of lol cows. We have one local, or pretty close to us, King Cobra JFS. He lives up in Wyoming, Casper, Wyoming. So, and I've got family in Wyoming, and he's kind of like a legend up there. It's almost like Bigfoot. You know, you talk about if you've seen King Cobra out in the wild, because there's not many people in Wyoming. So if there's somebody that's really recognizable, you've probably seen them at some point if you've lived there for a few years. So, you know, keep up with like King Cobra. DSP is also somebody I keep tabs on. But beyond that, like every once in a while, I'll have one of those types of like adjacent satellite figures and characters pop up. And I'm always like, what the fuck? Jeez, man. Why did I get into stream? The first thing I hear is bestiality. Sorry, Growly. Oh no, your name is Growly the Beast. No, we're just going to move on. Yeah. And here I thought Luke is going to tell us about the positive story, about the improvements that girl made and the cool way she's living now. Nope. Any Wings of Redemption? Wings is too boring now, honestly. Like Wings, to his credit, like, he doesn't give the trolls anything. He just doesn't really do much of anything now. He's just too boring. Same with like Boogie. It's just boring. But DSP is slowly collapsing in on himself like a dying star, so that's very entertaining. And King Cobra has a girlfriend who's insane, and so that's kind of funny. But yeah. Yeah, what would you have done if I had like, and here's her today, and she's like the most hot, crazy thing you've ever seen. Review Tech USA. I have not kept up with any of the Review Tech stuff. I haven't seen like any of it. Have you kept up with the Lolcop podcast? No, I also kind of fell off that. It kind of started fizzling out. I just couldn't do the constant clickbait made up titles thing when they're just like, you know, Boogie killed someone or something like that. They didn't do that specific time, but they'll say something that is just outrageously not true, and then they're like, why aren't people clicking on it? Why aren't people staying through the video? Like, because I have no idea what you're talking about. You know? It's crazy. Anyway, let's shift forward into something else. So I've referenced this a handful of times, the Fallout 3 making of trailer. And after the Fallout TV show, I kept getting reminded of it because there were all sorts of interviews and statements that like Todd, Emil, and the rest of the devs over at BGS made back in this little documentary they filmed that I think are very pertinent to where not just Bethesda has ended up today, but also the Fallout franchise just in general. And it's pretty cool to see the story arc. This is like the original trailer for Fallout 3, posted July 16th, 2008. And as you can see, I mean, it's like this Mr. Handy, real, like live action little trailer. Super unique, super cutesy. And they show the vault.
Sign up now and prepare for the future.
And then they show this. 2008, baby. 2008.
They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream of Smallville where one day with thicket fence and rambling road.
I feel so well. Don't you just love how all of these late 2000s and mid 2000s video game trailers look fan made? Because they didn't have like specific tools for capture or anything. They usually would just go in the game, record footage, and then they'd cut it into a trailer and be like, yeah, that works. You know, it's just really funny to me. But this is where it all started. I mean, this is where it all kicked off with BGS attempting their own version of Fallout. And it got people plenty excited. I mean, remember, this was when BGS was really up and coming. Honestly, they had almost like completely peaked. After this would take them to another level, and then they would have, of course, Skyrim 3, only 3 years after this. I mean, again, it's crazy because we used to get these games so frequently. And now games, of course, are much bigger, more detailed. There's more mechanics and stuff. Games are bigger now, so it takes longer. But it's crazy that they released this in 2008. Skyrim would come 3 years later. It's wild. It's wild. So after this, we eventually got the game, and they filmed a little documentary while they were making Fallout 3. And this is something I cherish. This documentary came on the DVD that came with the collector's edition. And so it was a really, really cool sort of, I mean, just like the Grounded documentaries or Raising Kratos or something, it gives you an insight into how they actually made the game and the decisions made. And usually they only release these things when the game goes well, right? If the game is not received super well, maybe it doesn't ever see the light of day, or it gets heavily delayed or canceled or whatever. But I'm very glad that we got these. I wish it was more common in AAA development to film these types of documentaries, because I think it would lead to a greater understanding and appreciation of the art. And I think it might even lead to people being a little bit more, not lenient, but understanding of the dev process. And I think people would be more flexible with like delays and stuff if they saw all of the headaches the devs have to go through and stuff. And so I thought we could check it out because it's a fascinating little interview or series of interviews. And Todd is young in it. Look at that guy. Also, do you see the thing on his desk? Little foreshadowing, huh? Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? A cool little reveal. Also, look at the chunky keyboards. Oh, 2008. 2008, man. 2008. Yeah, it's a self-sculpture of Todd Howard, right? It's the little idol from the opening. Indiana Jones. Let me see if I can find the original shot in the film. Yeah, this little idol that he swaps out in the very opening of the film. That's this. That's the idol. And of course now Todd is the executive producer on the Indiana Jones game from Machine Games. So he's been into Indiana Jones for a very, very long time. And so it's just kind of like a fun little Easter egg that, you know, at this point that was a solid 12, 13 years away from happening. But you can see, like, when he says he's a fan of Indiana Jones, he's not kidding. Like, back in 2008, he had this on his desk. You got to be a pretty big fan to have something on your desk of it. And so, I guess pre-Loot Crate. Loot Crate just flooded everybody with so much stuff that everybody had knickknacks for every game franchise ever. But prior to that, this was a pretty good indication of being a fan. Yeah. So, fun little thing. You're right. We should light the almighty candle. We should. It's only right. It's only right. The God Howard candle. Admit it, Luke. You love Todd and BGS. So I think with all this, nobody's rooting for BGS to figure their crap out more than people like me and I think a lot of my community, because we are largely former fans. You could even say we're still fans, but part of the reason that I'm so aggressive towards BGS and I don't really put up with a lot of their crap is because I've been burned by it, much like this holy Todd Howard candle. And I don't think coddling them makes anything better, frankly. I think being dishonest and saying that Starfield's actually really great, people just need to be easier on them, I don't think that helps BGS make better games. What will help BGS make better games and get back onto the top of where they used to be, the industry of adventure gaming, what will help them do that is serious introspection, reflection on their dev process. But that will only start and happen once the executives and leadership within BGS understands there's an issue. With Cyberpunk 2077, you could see they had a crisis. I mean, the whole studio, morale cratered. Everybody was like, did we just blow it? Did we just take ourselves from one of the most beloved studios in the world to one of the most hated in a matter of a month? Like, did that just happen? Yes, it did. And they realized they had to make changes. And so they dug themselves out. And look where they are now. I mean, now they've somehow managed to impress people so much with Phantom Liberty and all the improvements to Cyberpunk that people are way more stoked now for The Witcher 4 and what's coming next from them than they were just a few short years ago, because they've demonstrated they can make those improvements. With BGS, they could easily achieve the same end, but it will take some pretty substantial alterations and shifts in approach and design process. And whether they're willing to do that or not is what's still up in the air. And that's what's really heartbreaking, because like they could do it, but they seemingly just don't want to acknowledge any of the problems. And part of that, I would argue, is because there's still to this day a subset of the fan base that treats them like a toddler that just put a drawing together with crayons. And they're like, look, Daddy, I made a drawing of a Stegosaurus. And it's just like 2 lines. This makes me sound really mean. I swear I don't do this to my kids. But like, if they're a toddler and it's 2 lines and a bunch of scribbles, for a toddler, you're like, good job. That's good. I mean, you know, that doesn't look like a Stegosaurus, but it's a toddler. They did their best. So good job. You know what? It's not a great portrait of a Stegosaurus, but you did the best that you could as a toddler. And people treat BGS the same way, where they're like, well, you know, you wanted to make a space adventuring RPG, and it's really it's a pretty bad one, but you know what? You did your best. You did your best. Oh, toddler. Yeah. You know, like, that doesn't help it. These are adults that are charging you full price for a video game, okay? It's a business at the end of the day, yes. It's also an art form, and being critical and self-reflective is a big part of creating art. And the fact that some of these guys just refuse to do that, I think is part of the reason you still see the games the way they are now. So, you know, the most hardcore detractors or hardcore critics are often some of the biggest fans, or at least they were. And for me, I was a huge BGS fan for many, many years. And then, especially specifically Fallout. And then I feel that they just steadily burned me from 2015 to today. And I don't think that pretending those problems are not existent helps anything. So that's a very long answer to the point of Luke, just admit you love BGS. I do kind of love BGS. I want them to be successful. I want them to figure it out, which is why I don't cushion anything. Like, if I was not a fan, I would just be apathetic. I would just be like, yep, no, it's not very good. Anyway, moving on. But we talk about it because we care. Because we want to see them improve. We want to see them get back on the horse and get back on the top of their game, because they made some incredible games when they were at the top, but now they just make such bafflingly stupid decisions so consistently. You're just left just amazed. But anyway, this is it. Please stand by. The Vault Tech Files, Fallout 3.
We wanted to have more than one thing in our pocket. That we didn't just want to do an Elder Scrolls, then an Elder Scrolls, and an Elder Scrolls. We knew we wanted to be in a similar vein in terms of, we wanted open world, we wanted, you know, kind of role-playing elements and things like this. And we made a list of things that we might want to do. At the top of the list was Fallout.
Fallout 1 to me is like the pinnacle of the post-apocalyptic gameplay.
Emil.
And looking at the story and the characters in there were really inspiring.
We felt in that world and the systems they have in Fallout 1, coupled with the way we put things together, we sort of became obsessed. Like, this is the game. We have to make this game. A bunch of the people who run the company knew the people at Interplay, and we pestered them. Like, are you guys using Fallout? They weren't doing.
Yeah, and he would later say that was Robert Altman. So like the head honcho at ZeniMax and the guy that owned all of this, and it would eventually sell to Xbox. They were the ones working with like Interplay and those guys to try and get the rights. And it eventually happened. They eventually landed the rights because Fallout hadn't really exploded onto the mainstream stage. It was only Fallout 3 that did that. But it just took a little while to happen. And then as for the people here, I recognize him. It's too hard to tell with this. It's too low resolution. There's Emil. There's Todd. I don't recognize this guy either. But a lot of these guys are still at BGS. A lot of them are still there. Emil is notably like Todd's right-hand man, of course. They've been working together for decades. Emil's the guy that wrote like the like lyrics and music for like, not like, I don't think he wrote the actual melody or anything, but he wrote all the lyrics and stuff for Skyrim's main theme. He's like the brains behind the Dragonborn thing and all of the dragon script. Like he's a very creative guy, and he's very good at that. I think he has some methodologies that I would say are woefully outdated, but then again, I don't make video games. He does, so I'd say he makes bad games. But moving on.
Do anything with it? Can we do something? And eventually they said yes.
It's now ours, and we
Pete!
have always taken the approach that Fallout.
Yeah, so Pete started as product manager. This is 2008. He would eventually get promoted to the point where he was head of marketing for like all of Bethesda Softworks. So he got promoted, and eventually climbed the ladder till he was at the very, very top. And he just recently retired. I think he retired last year, which is crazy.
3 is being made as if we made the first 2. Well, that means we do what we do, which is we reinvent. We look at what works, what didn't. We're not afraid to make changes. We're not afraid to try new things, and we're going to try and sort of move the
those
genre
late
forward and move
2000s PC gaming cases.
Our game is set 30-some years after the events of Fallout 2, so we didn't want to step on their fiction, but the story itself is something that we came up with based on the themes of the original Fallout. It's 30 years after the events of Fallout 2, but it's 200 years after the original atomic holocaust. So in our game, things have actually gotten worse. You know, society hasn't progressed. You know, humanity is struggling to survive. There's radiation sickness, and people don't have fresh, clean water, and like, people are pretty well screwed. You leave the safety of your vault into this world, you know, it's your big decision. Am I gonna help these people, or am I gonna, you know, do my own thing and serve my own selfish needs?
We felt we needed to do something new with role-playing and guns, that we couldn't just do a pure first-person shooter thing. So how can we kind of bridge that gap between what my character can do that I've made in the game and what I, the player, can do? Something I always wrestle with.
Our game is primarily first person. So when you have guns in first person, the bar has been raised. You know, you've got Halo 3, Call of Duty 4, you get to approach that level, but it's tough because we're an RPG, not a shooter. What we definitely wanted to do with the gun stuff is not do everything that everyone else has done. So, you know, we have some weapons that you can craft and some unique weapons, you know.
And I think in years past, this was all like, there was a lot more leniency with this. And, you know, for years and years and years, the tale was always that, well, BGS games are fun enough that it doesn't matter if like the shooting isn't great. It doesn't matter if the graphics aren't that great or if it's buggy. Like, the game is fun enough that it makes up for that. I don't think the tolerance is still there anymore. I think people expect more. And, you know, Emil brings up that, oh, well, you know, if we're going to add in shooting mechanics, we're going to be compared to Halo 3, we're going to be compared to Call of Duty 4. Like, we're going to be put into that category. And that is true. Like, but this is seemingly a lesson that they kind of forgot about, or they got too comfortable thinking that they could get away with not keeping up with the competition. Because this is something I also said with Starfield, where I was like, if you're going to go into it and do like space sim stuff where you can explore a galaxy, you're going to be compared to the peers that do that also and do it very, very well. I mean, he was bringing up the best shooters of the day. So if you're going to try a space sim, you're going to be compared to like No Man's Sky. You're going to be compared to Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous. Like, you're going to be compared to those. And you need to have comparable features and mechanics. Otherwise, people are just going to say how outdated and behind the curve you are. Back in 2008, I think they could get away with having shooting mechanics in Fallout 3 that were not as good as Call of Duty 4 or not as good as Halo 3, because people are like, oh, the rest of the game is fun enough. Now I don't think the tolerance is there.
Like the rocket launcher that shoots all the crap you find in the world, it can shoot it as projectiles. One of the things we realized is with Oblivion, most of the combat is melee combat. So everybody's, you know, charging you in up close and personal. Not so with guns. People stay back, they take cover. We've really had to compensate for that.
What we're doing technically with Fallout 3, we're drawing twice as much stuff on the screen and faster, right? So our actual ability to put things on the screen and have them look cool or be cool or do more with characters, explosions, whatever we want, it's, you know, a large factor above Oblivion. Our problem is we can't stop ourselves. Fallout's one of those examples of the game, when we started, was about half the size.
I look at the game overall, and it's...
Which is really funny, because you go back to Fallout 3 nowadays and compare it to other contemporary open world games, and it's big, but it's much closer to New Vegas than it is to like Skyrim. Skyrim is totally open, right? New Vegas and Fallout 3 are much more segmented. So there's chunks of the map that you kind of have to load into like downtown DC, and then you load into this other area. Like it's much more broken up, and then there's a lot more empty space between them. So they made a pretty significant improvement in how densely they pack things in, going from Fallout 3 to Skyrim. But I will say, like, Fallout 3 feels much closer to New Vegas than New Vegas feels to Skyrim. Which makes sense because they're using the tools of Fallout 3 and a lot of the same materials and models and stuff and work that they did for Fallout 3. They just copy and pasted it into New Vegas because they didn't have time to do anything else.
Remarkably similar to, you know, what we had envisioned. There are some really big plot points that changed for the better.
You emerge from these vaults and you don't know what's happened. So it's the optimism of this retro 50s world, and it's all destroyed. That people are still getting on. They're still trying to do their hair right. And if they had hairspray, they'd use it. It's like, you know what? Don't look at the destroyed crater and the smoking thing behind me. It's all cool, we'll have some cigars and martinis later.
You just managed to get yourself into all sorts of trouble, don't you?
That's what I love about Fallout. It doesn't take itself too seriously because the reality is so frightening and so depressing. It feels like you leave that vault and the only thing you take with you is this piece of technology strapped to your wrist that becomes your sort of lifeline. It's that immersion thing. It's keeping you in the game.
We're big believers in immersion because ultimately our goal is we want to see productivity decline. We want sick days to go up. We want people staying up until 5 o'clock in the morning because they had no idea what time it was and they just had to do that one more quest and they have to get up for work in an hour later.
And I can understand that. I just think like that obsession with immersion though has gotten lost a bit. Because I think they were still able to largely achieve it in Fallout 4, and then Fallout 76 it kind of went out because it's an online game, and so there's a lot of stuff that you're doing that doesn't really make sense immersion wise. And then with Starfield, it also immersion is pretty much out the door just because there's so many load screens constantly that it really breaks it up. I'm a firm believer that if Starfield had seamless traversal and travel, the user scores would go up by like a solid point to point or two. Like it's such a big deal in a game like Starfield. It is baffling that they didn't think of it as a major issue in the early design phase. Like it's such an obvious problem that a dumbass like me was bringing it up after the first few trailers we got for Starfield. Like really very, very readily apparent that this was going to be an issue. But they just apparently didn't think it was going to affect immersion that much, but it clearly did.
I think one of the things that we try to do really well are the worlds that are very, very realized. So for the moments you're in them, the amount of times you say, I wonder if I can, oh, I can. I wonder if I can, oh, I can. It gives you a level of attachment, you know, to the person you're playing in the game.
Fallout is just such a unique, wonderful.
And I think Ashley is still there. I think Ashley is still one of the head honchos at PGS, production director. I like the big jar of caps and everything. Yeah, what is immersion? Immersion is just like when you're playing a game and you feel like you're actually in the world of the game. Or like what they were referring to is when you're truly immersed in something, you just want to keep going and exploring, you lose track of time, like you're just in it. You know, it's like when you're playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and you're just exploring and riding around and you're in Saint-Denis and you stop by, you get a new suit, and then you walk in and you want to see a show. So you walk in and you see a show, and it's great. Then you hop back on your horse and you ride along the coast. And before you realize it, you've spent an hour and a half doing basically nothing, but you were just immersed in it and you just got lost. That's what they want. That's what they were aiming for. The devs at Bethesda and Obsidian at the time had such a different viewpoint on the themes and ideas of Fallout. Massive difference when you look at both the documentaries of 3 and New Vegas. Well, exactly. So they did a documentary like this on Fallout New Vegas. And that is also very, very interesting. And it's going to be interesting to contrast and compare.
World to
I agree.
explore. I think it fits the kind of games we make perfectly. It's an open-ended environment, lots of characters, really interesting game systems.
If you can make whatever the repetitive action is really entertaining, like that's where the rubber meets the road in a lot of these games. So this is something I know the player's gonna do 1,000 times. Make that as entertaining as you can, and the rest of it is pretty much great.
And that's true. And this is one of the things where I've said, like, Todd has an understanding of what makes games really good. But he just, I don't know if he's gotten too busy, if he's gotten bored, or if they just aren't capable of doing anything else. But like, that is a very simple but profoundly powerful statement, that if you can find the thing the player's going to do 1,000 times and make it entertaining, like really entertaining, everything else will kind of click into place. And you can see that in like the original games. I remember playing Fallout 3 and New Vegas way back in the day. And the first time I realized like the gore system and how that worked, like it was just entertaining to see the bodies like explode when you would hit them with an anti-material rifle in New Vegas or something. And it was always like the cinematic camera was an entertaining thing. It was really cool. But the thing is, players aren't static. Things change and evolve, and players will expect more, and they need more to be entertained. So you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I think like Fallout 4, they were still able to do some things that were entertaining. Most people's problems were with like the role play and with the writing, but the core mechanics were pretty solid. With Starfield though, like you ask about the minutia, like the combat isn't that entertaining. They got rid of like all of the gore from the Fallout games. Maybe it's because they wanted to differentiate it. Maybe it's because the engine couldn't handle it. Who knows? But they got rid of like all of the gore systems, and then they go and like traversing isn't very entertaining because you're just running forward. Like it's like that major point that he just brought up that was like a core piece of the design philosophy of Fallout 3 and eventually, you know, Skyrim and probably Fallout 4. It's like they just forgot about it. They just spaced it, you know?
We had the story written and we had the outlines for all the quests, but then, you know, we have a lot of talented designers here. We wanted to pass that stuff on to them, so they would be given the rough outlines of these, you know, miscellaneous quests, and then they would have the freedom to flesh those out themselves.
Ah, welcome, weary traveler. You look like a traveler in need of relaxation and the finest of chemical assistance.
Design is an iterative process. You need to leave room to change as you go. So having a design doc that thick at the outset is actually not that healthy. I think we did a much better job this time around than we did in Oblivion. We had builds of the game, and we actually themed those builds according to the things we wanted to see in the game. So we had a combat build, a creature build.
We had a build that was just called Guns. And all the build was about was shooting guns. Like, how do they feel in your hand? And so there was no, it must do this, it must do this, it must do this. It's just about guns. And that kind of will get us on a path of something that is just a lot more fun.
And I think this works when you have a small team. But what they're describing is like the main process of video game design that you'll learn in any sort of art school or school that teaches you game design is like, well, you create the design document. It doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, but you got to have a pretty core idea of what the game is going to look like so you can assign everybody to it, start working on stuff. But like when you break it up and it's like, oh, we're just going to kind of stumble our way and try to like see where we end up with the game. You can't do that with 300, 400, 500 people. It just doesn't work, as we've seen. We even saw that with Cyberpunk 2077, as they talked about in that GDC interview we talked about last week. So it just doesn't translate. It works when you have like 80 people working on a game, which Fallout 3 was made. I think Skyrim, they had 110-ish people working on Skyrim. And so prior to this, they probably had like 80 to 90 working on Fallout 3. And with that, yeah, you go to the office, you know everybody in the office. You can like all sit down and kind of meet up together and get on the same page with stuff. You can't do that when you have hundreds and hundreds of stuff, or hundreds and hundreds of people. Isn't that the same Emil who said we didn't use design documents for Starfield because it constantly would need to be updated? He said something akin to that. Yeah, it's, my screen went black again. This is driving me crazy. Yeah, I know some people were like, they said that wasn't totally what he said. It was slightly out of context. So I think what he was trying to say was more nuanced. He was saying it was about efficiency, but part of the problem with Starfield is that it feels like it's a game made by a bunch of people who didn't know what game they were making. And so it's just kind of a collection of a bunch of different things that don't fit super well together. And that's exactly what a design document's for. And they apparently didn't want to do that.
We can sit in a meeting for hours and debate, the pluses and minuses of it. And then we'll put it in the game, and in 30 seconds, anybody watching this would go, this is terrible. Or, great. And you don't have to, sometimes you just overthink it. So we try to force ourselves more to put it in the game and play with it as soon as possible, and you just know instantly.
There have certainly been first-person RPGs that have had guns before, but I think it's been a while since PC players have had a game like that. On the console side, I think people have been wanting something like that for a long time, Give me a game that has the gunplay of Gears of War or Call of Duty with the depth of an open-world RPG.
And it's just really funny to hear them say Fallout 3 and then like the gameplay and gunplay of Call of Duty. You're like, we playing the same game, dude?
I hope that eventually, someday, maybe many years from now, that we are just as well known for Fallout as the Elder Scrolls, because right now they are both our children.
It is so different. It's this weird, like, Tomorrowland gone awry. And that in itself is gold for someone like me to come in and try to, help create that world. So it's pure escapist entertainment. It's crazy. And you try not to get wrapped up on the seriousness of it.
There are moments.
And I think that that's something the Fallout TV show did really well, is that they did get wrapped up in the seriousness of it, but they were able to look at it through a lens of a character that's trying to maintain her optimism while navigating this wretched place. But she still gets her hands literally quite dirty. And I think that that's reflected a lot in the stories that are presented in like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 compared to the stories put forward in like Fallout New Vegas, for example, which is just a kind of reversal of that. Yeah, Zeke's, either you update a doc or you constantly have calls and meetings so everyone can get back on the same page, since teams can be independent. It's an endless battle in my experience in development. Well, yeah, and I, we saw in that GDC talk with the CDPR game director that ran the teams for Phantom Liberty. And after Cyberpunk 2077, they were like, okay, so something's not working. The fact that this happened, something went very, very wrong. And what they found was just that there was inefficiency constantly when you have the set designers and the level designers that are building out, like the example he gave was a bar. They designed the bar scene and then they pass it forward to the cinematics team. And the cinematics team is like, well, this doesn't work because all of the stools are too close in. We need some of them pulled out because we have to stage the scene around that, and we need these lights here because the lighting team's going to need that. So they send it back, and then it gets reworked a little bit, then they send it back forward. The cinematics team does their thing. They pass it forward to lighting, and then the lighting team is like, actually, this doesn't work. We need to go and add lights here and here because the lighting arrangement isn't quite right. So they pass it all the way back to the beginning, and then they add lights and models back in, and it's just super, super inefficient. It works to do it that way and have each department doing their own thing when you have like 50 people or 100 people, and you can just physically get up, walk over to Dave's desk and say, hey, when you guys light this scene, what are you going to need? Can you come over to my desk and tell me where you're going to need lights? And he just comes over and does that. He's like, yeah, here, here, and here, put this fluorescent light there. I think we had a big red light here. That'd be cool too. Okay, cool. We'll do that and we'll pass it to you. You'll get it in like a few days, but that helps me. When you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people, it doesn't work anymore. So what CDPR did is they broke it up into individual little strike teams. So there would be a team with a lighting designer, there'd be a team with a level designer and a gameplay designer and cinematic guy, and they would go in and they would handle the bar scene together, all working at the same time. And it allowed them to work way faster and way more efficiently. And I think that that's the better way of doing it compared to this kind of old school approach. And it seems like after I talked to some people who have worked at BGS and currently work there, at least as of the time I talked to them, it seems like that kind of encapsulates everything with BGS, is that they have an old school way of doing things, but they haven't evolved since like 2008, 2010, 2011. They're doing things fundamentally the same way that they've always done it, even though they are 5 to 6 times the size they were back then. And they're building games that are way bigger. And that it shows, I think, in the end product. unfortunately. Zeeks, I worked in an indie studio. Most days we were in voice chat while we worked, so acceptance criteria was just a moment away from getting cleared up without writing it down. Well, and that kind of flexibility, I think, works if everybody can talk and get on the same page. That's why this could work, again, if you have like 80 people in the studio, because you physically get up and go ask the guy, or in this case, on a Discord call or whatever. You can just hop on voice chat, ask the question, get the clarity you need, and then you can do your thing. And boom, easy. But when it's all segmented into dozens of people and teams, and then it passes to them and everything gets passed back, like, it just makes games take way longer to make. And at the end of the day, you probably end up with some corners just getting cut where it's like, okay, well, we have to finish this scene. So the lighting team just says, screw it, we'll just work with the lights we have in the scene now. And so they go and they light the scene, and it looks kind of weird, but it just is what it is. And it lowers the quality because it's just, at some point you have to say enough is enough, you know? So yeah, anyway, but like we've talked about it a lot before. I think it's just, there's a lot of old school ways that they do things that worked back then that don't work now.
Moments where you think about it and you wonder if you're being irresponsible. The good news is the people the game is for get it, but sometimes you talk to people, you know, I'm the worst person at a cocktail party. I mean, you go and they say, oh, what do you do? It's like, I make video games. What kind? The kind where you shoot people? Yeah, kind of. Are they really violent? Like, where's it set? In DC? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it's all blown up. And then they just turn around. They don't want to talk to you anymore. Like, that guy's sick.
It's the signature of a Bethesda game studio game is you're going to have a big open-ended world. You're going to be able to walk anywhere you want. If you see something in the distance, you're going to be able to walk to it, and you're going to be able to open it up, and you're going to find lots of cool stuff there.
We've gotten better with our animation stuff, is leagues above what it was in Oblivion. Our portrayal of characters as realistic people, I think, we've gone above and beyond.
It's a big world out there, honey, full of all sorts of people. What about you? What sort of person are you going to be? It's very, very interesting that there's a group of people who have hope for what's left of humanity. It's a very compelling story, and the young hero, heroine, has to go through a series of tests, both ethical and moral as well as physical, and I think it's very, very good.
Despite the...
They also used to do this. They had, who is it? Patrick Stewart in Oblivion, and then they have Liam Neeson in Fallout 3, and then they stopped doing that. But like, they had big name celebrities in their games for a while, and then they just kind of stopped. Even New Vegas had what's his name playing Benny. Oh crap. What's his name? I cannot for the life of me remember his name. Matthew Perry. Yeah. Matthew Perry played Benny because he was a huge fan of Fallout and a big video gamer. So like, they used to do it where they put like big celebrities into it, and then they just kind of stopped. I don't know if it's like a budgetary thing, or if it's like, if it's maybe they just didn't like having to like worry about it too much. I don't know. But they used to do it all the time, and then they just stopped. 100% budget. Well, you would think that now, if ever they could afford more celebrities to be in their games, it would be today, when budgets are like hundreds of millions of dollars. But maybe actors started demanding more. Maybe actors were like, actually, video games make a ton of money. Yeah, you're going to pay me more. And maybe that's where the line got drawn.
Destruction, and despite like how depressing some of the scenes may be, they're a pure charm, and some of those are like violence done in ridiculous manner, and some of those are a line somebody says.
Moriarty pisses in his still. Crazy bastard thinks it's hilarious.
There are very few ideas that you can't put into a Fallout game. You know, something else that's more serious fantasy, you'd say, wrong flavor. But here, you know, you can have a robot that goes around asking for friends and cutting their heads off, or, you know, anything you want to do. Being private and publishing our own stuff lets us take risks that a lot of people can't. We're in a pretty fortunate position of having the time and the creative freedom to do games like this. We sort of feel like we like it a lot, and if we execute it well, it'll find an audience that it makes us enough money to do the next game.
You have a smaller group of people, they tend to they tend to cling to each other a little more tightly. We tend to believe in each other.
Yeah, like look at that. That's like the whole studio. Isn't that crazy? It's like they could do these roundups in the making of Skyrim documentary they did. They also do scenes like in a space just like this where Todd's up at the front and they have everybody there. And now, I mean, I don't think that they could possibly do that. It's pretty crazy. But the teams are huge. The teams are massive now.
More, you know, sort of the idea that it's us against the world. No other help is coming. If we're going to get it done, it's going to be the folks here. And when I started in '99, it was a little group of folks. You know, the development team was 10, 12 guys. It was Todd and his small little band working away on Morrowind then. Even though we've grown and gotten a lot bigger, I don't think we've lost that feeling. I think that there are enough of us from those days, and just about everybody from that first team is still here.
Someone was playing and did the Megaton quest, and it was priceless. He just hit the switch, and you see the mushroom cloud in the background. He just sort of sat back in his chair, and with this big smile on his face. And then he checked his Pip-Boy to check his karma. It said evil. I said, yep, that'll do it.
That's a pretty big element in the game. When you do something evil, we've tried to make it very visually entertaining, and then the game tells you, you've lost karma, you're a bad person. That was a lot of the reason we wanted to make it. That it was, oh, this is just so cool. And the pushback that I would get, that's like 10 years old. I'm like, cool is cool forever, man. This is gonna be cool 50 years from now.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see the old school like design decisions and stuff that happened, and like they talk about going to DC and taking all the reference photos and the process of all of that. This was also kind of funny where they're working on the game and then they have a thunderstorm come through and they lose power.
And that, you know, a lot of it is just kind of, you know, guessing, okay, whoops. That was a big one.
This morning, a major storm swept through the area.
Look at this.
4 separate reports of tornadoes across the region.
Get back to down that thing.
You don't need computers, draw it up. Where are you going?
Know the triangles and frame rate.
We had some electric storms pass through and basically down power lines, trees went down. It was pretty insane. We lost power for a good, I would say about 8 to 10 hours. It happened around 3 o'clock yesterday. It's a little weird because usually, you know, when it rains around here, we do lose power for like a brief 2-3 minutes. So, you know, it was kind of like business as usual, but then the power never came back.
At this point, I don't see a lot of changes affecting, like, you know, data side.
It's a little funny designing Fallout 3 in the pitch black because all the power's out, which is just kind of funny. So yeah, it's just, this is like the point where I fell in love with BGS back in the day, that Skyrim, and then, you know, in the lead up to Fallout 4. You know, they were at the top. They were at the top because they were just doing their own thing. And it was like, yeah, there are ways maybe we should do game design. We should be doing things, but we have our own unique way of doing it, and it works really well. And then it's just over the last handful of years, it's just been really sad to see it slowly kind of collapse as things aren't working. They just double down on it more and more and more, which is mildly infuriating because you're like, I know you're capable of a lot more than this. At least you were. Also, you ever wonder what the sound of the ants in Fallout is?
And that's about it. This is an ordinary wrapper from like a snack pack kind of cereal, and Captain Crunch or Cheerios or what have you. And this is the sound of the giant ants in the wasteland. A lot of the sound they make when their feelers are out or when they're moving around, looking for something, I don't know, kind of squeaky, a little plasticky sounding. And I'm basically just taking this thing and then scrunching it all together. And it makes all these little squeaks and rips and tears and stuff like that. So it's a lot of that mixed with other pieces of plastic and clear wrap and liquids and things like that for the ants.
Isn't that kind of fun? Who knew, right? Who knew? I love Foley stuff. Literally hearing how they make all of the sounds for games and stuff is always fascinating. It's always fascinating. yeah, it's just the whole thing is crazy. I do honestly hope that they figure it out and that they get back on top, because can you imagine like a Fallout redemption arc or a BGS redemption arc where like they come back and they're making Phantom Liberty grade games? Like, gee whiz, man, that would be amazing. But do I think that's going to happen? At this point, the fact that they refuse to acknowledge any of the shortcomings, I'm less convinced that it could actually happen. But I guess time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah, Dark Spider, exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy. Dude, Fallout Redemption would go so hard. Oh! So great. Be so great. I'd lose it, man. I would find it and then I would lose it. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Gee golly willikers. Gee whizzers. Wizards. Yeah. Got over 1,000 hours in MW. Still did not do the one hidden guild or the vampires. Fair enough. I have my doubts about ES6. I mean, they are primed to make one of the biggest comebacks ever. They are backed by a multi-trillion dollar company. They are also like one of the darlings of that company. So if they call Phil up and they're like, hey, Philly Poo, we need all the X, Y, and Z resources, he will make it happen, as he did for Starfield. Like they have more resources than they've ever had, and they're backed by one of the biggest companies in the world. They could do it. Whether or not they do is another question, but still. Does my family have any funny sayings? None that I can think of off the top of my head. Nothing that is like, oh yeah, that's the super funny thing. They do, like, my mom will still do the like Midwestern thing where it's the bless your heart or bless their heart. And that, if you don't know, the Midwestern bless your heart is like basically F that guy in common parlance. It's really funny. Like somebody cuts you off in traffic and like, oh, bless their heart. You know, it's all the time. It's really funny. It's really funny. But it's the good Christian way of doing it. My dad also has really funny things because he was a Marine, or is a Marine. I don't know what the proper term is, but he was a Marine when he was basically my age. And so he was exposed to a lot of, you know, very intense language, we'll just say. But as he's gotten older, he's tried to be very, very mature and not use the bad language. But sometimes he just has to get something out. So like one time I remember we're in traffic or something and somebody kind of cuts him off or something like that. And he just yells out, okay, nice going, buckwheat. It was like, buckwheat? Who uses buckwheat as a curse? It's like a derogatory term, but it was funny. And so now we all say that, kind of tease him with it. But yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, buckwheat. I don't even, what does a buckwheat look like? Buckwheat. There was also one time we were at like, oh yeah, there. I don't know. He just was calling somebody buckwheat. It's just a thing, I guess he was saying. But there was another time where we were at like a minor league baseball game that was kind of local. It was like a local team that would play, you know, it's probably even sub minor league. It's like a local thing, but they were playing, and I remember there was a guy, like we're sitting past the outfield, like, you know, it's your standard baseball field with the gate around the back, and then there's a big field on the other side past the outfield where you can sit and picnic and watch the game without having to sit in the uncomfy stands and everything. So we were like having a picnic, whatever, you know, one summer night watching the game, just having a good time as a family, all of us out there, and, you know, throwing the baseball, throwing the football, whatever we're doing out there, having a good time. And every time they'd hit a home run and the ball would go way up over the fence and into that field where we were, all of the kids would get up and try to go catch the ball or grab it, be the first one to get it. Then you get a baseball basically for free. And it was kind of fun. But this one time we were there was a guy that, like, he had a huge mullet, and not like a sexy mullet, if there is a sexy mullet. He had like the long, very thinned hair, like without the hat. He's probably like balding on top. It's like a skullet, I think is the term that they use, where it's just like all this hair, but it's just super long, like down to his shoulder blades. And this guy was getting up. A Tennessee top hat, is that the term for it? Wow. That's unbelievable. I've never heard that before. An Arkansas waterfall. Dude, how have I never heard these terms before? That's amazing. Anyway, he had this like ridiculous hair, but he would get up and like sprint and catch the ball out of like the kid's glove. Like there would be a 6-year-old there with like a mitt trying to catch the ball right there, and then this guy would sprint up and catch the ball so the kid wouldn't get it. Just like an a-hole, basically, just a prick, like taking baseballs from actual children from like a minor league baseball game. It's not like it's a collector's item or something. Like it is, he gets nothing from it other than just a baseball, you know. It was ridiculous. So my dad, you know, this was one of the times I've seen him get most upset. He had enough, and he got up and he went over there, and I didn't hear all the stuff he said, but like when my dad gets really riled up and like defensive of his kids and other kids too, the full Marine comes out, and this guy started like cowering and like initially tried to talk back to my dad, and then he got really scared because like my dad had the t-shirt and his big tattoo from the Marine Corps is still there. And so the guy kind of sits down and starts shutting up and whatever. And all I heard was when my dad turned back and was like, "Yeah, sit down, Joe Dirt." I remember that. And if you don't know Joe Dirt's an old movie where the guy, whatever his name is, whatever the actor, I'm blanking on his name, David Spade. Yeah, David Spade. He's got the crazy long mullet and everything. And so as he walked back, he was like, "Yeah, go sit down, Joe Dirt." It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. I still remember that. I was very young around that time, but yeah, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. Oh, but yeah, other than that, I can't think of any other like funny sayings or anything. But let's see this. This is something from Game Tales HQ. And this is just a little video on the timeless beauty of pre-rendered graphics. And it's just a really solid little thing, making you appreciate this style of graphical representation that used to be very common and now is almost unheard of. It's extremely rare nowadays. But look at this, especially this little opening montage. It's gonna make you feel really old. This is the original like Baldur's Gate box and everything. And do you guys remember, like, did you grow up around this time when they had these monitors that were like this thick and they would hum, and then the keyboards were also massive, and when you would just like touch them they would creak and squeak like rough gross plastic? Those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Back at the PC games of the late 90s and early 2000s, there's a distinct visual style that I believe truly stands the test of time. It's when the game employs pre-rendered graphics paired with an isometric perspective. Curious about what that looks like? Here, let me show you.
Desperados. Basically, what it is is that they render out assets fully, and then they have NPCs in like sprites. Oh dude, this was my stuff. I played the ever-living crap out of Stronghold. Like, oh my god, I played these games so hard. But they'd basically render the asset, and then they'd have it all in these little bitty sprites, and then those sprites could be placed on screen. Now, like Factorio would be another example he'll probably show. And the perks of this is that it's extremely easy to run. And so you get these games that are massive, but run on, by today's standards, potatoes. I mean, like they can run on a Casio wristwatch or like an Apple Watch easily. They're just extremely efficient. Downsides are like, because they're pre-rendered, you can't go above a certain frame rate. So like Factorio, for example, you can't play that above 60 frames because the sprites are all rendered at 60 frames. So you can't go above it because it won't do anything. You could double the frame rate, but it's still just going to be the same as the sprite count or sprite frame rate. So there's like that downside. Of course, it's not full 3D. You can't freely move the camera. But a lot of these games have rendered multiple angles of buildings so you can rotate, or they'll rotate the building with you. There's all sorts of stuff that you can do. But yeah, it's extremely common in the early 2000s. Yeah, SimCity, Planescape Torment 99. Oh yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon used it. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon, if you also have never seen like the videos breaking down how they coded that, it is madness. It is absolute madness. The fact that it works at all is crazy. Yeah, the original Fallout games. Oh,
Is
man.
it just me, or do these games look just as beautiful as they did over 20 years ago? The rich details, the handcrafted feel and level of cohesion all culminate into one of my favorite aesthetics of that era. Where did this style come from, you might ask? Well, allow me to explain. Back in the late 90s, real-time 3D graphics were still in its infancy. These early games were usually pixelated, lacked details and suffered low frame rates. Rendering complex scenes in real time requires a lot of processing.
Oh dude, yeah, when shooters were all on the keyboard, you didn't even use a mouse on it. So like he's using the directional buttons with WASD and everything. Oh man.
Power and memory, which many computers at the time simply didn't have. To achieve a higher level of fidelity, developers thought of a solution. They'd create highly detailed environments, characters and objects, then render them on powerful PCs as static images or sequences of images. All assets were created with a fixed isometric perspective. This means they are viewed diagonally from above. Despite their static nature, isometric pre-rendered graphics can create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality through clever use of shading, lighting and perspective techniques. Since these games didn't require rendering most or any of their assets in real time, developers could pack them with far more detail than the true 3D counterparts. This particular art style was most prominently seen in role-playing, strategy and management games. I'd say the golden age started with the first Diablo in 1997 and ended around the start of 2003 with SimCity 4. Occasionally, you'd still stumble upon a game using this art style, but by the end of 2004 it had largely become obsolete. Which leads me to the question, why was this technique mostly abandoned by the mid-2000s?
My guess is just because 3D stuff was easier to sell. Like, especially in like 2003, 2004, that like, if a game was not 3D, it's almost like if an animated movie nowadays is not 3D animation and it's like 2D, people get weirdly like almost not quite turned off by it, but they're like, okay. You know, the exception, of course, being Klaus. Klaus, I will die for. That movie is phenomenal. If you've never watched Klaus, do it. It's a Christmas movie that will tug at your heartstrings. And yeah, technically, well, they use like a really, if you should watch the documentary they did on it, because they use like an AI tool to shade it so it appears 3D, even though it's like 2D. It's really, really cool. It's fascinating. It's so good. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Yeah. Yeah. It's so good. It's such a good movie. Oh my God.
The whole reason this technique was used in the first place was due to hardware limitations.
Look at that.
However, as we entered the mid-2000s...
Step aside the 4090. Look at that thing. Wow, wow, wee wah. Wow, wow, wee wah. Look at that. And then you compare it to like the modern GPUs that have like 3 fans and are this thick. And oh my God, it's ridiculous. But look at that thing. Wow.
Thousands, rapid advance.
No, okay, who said balding? I'm talking about the graphics card. Chill out. The guy's living his life. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, and the heat spreaders. This thing ain't overheating. Try to overheat it. It's not doing anything. Oh, yeah, and then the what is it? VGA? Or is it VAG? The VAG. Whatever that is. The port that had screws. That one sucked. But yeah, that was a thing. I remember those. Those are so stupid. Back in the day when computer plugs had screws in them. I think we should retroactively call it the VAG port. I think that's what we should say.
And new graphics hardware and rendering
tell
techniques
everyone.
emerged. These advancements made it possible to render 3D graphics in real time that didn't look like a slideshow.
That's pretty clean, smooth-looking animation, considering, compared to the Doom type stuff.
Oh, how the times have changed. Another reason for the switch to 3D is the limitation of pre-rendered graphics in terms of interactivity and adaptability. As games evolved to become more complex, the use of pre-rendered graphics became increasingly impractical. The same applied to the development of pre-rendered.
This also, I'm just going to say, like, this is an NVIDIA E3 2004 demo.
Rendered graphics.
So, like, every time we see tech demos, people always say, yeah, but we're never going to see this actually employed. And you might not see that particular instance employed by a game development company or something. But every time we've gotten, like, tech demos, graphically speaking, we've overcome it and surpassed it. We'll see tech demos of stuff where they're like, look at our AI systems. Isn't this amazing? And sometimes those don't see the light of day just because it's not actually... like they were just lying. It's like, no, this wasn't running in real time. This was all scripted, made up. But when they're showing like, this is real time running, you know, graphics, it's super specialized, but yeah, it's running in real time. We always eventually catch up to it and surpass it. So when you see like those tech demos of Unreal Engine, yes, they're extremely specialized and very carefully arranged to look amazing, but that will be a thing. Like that level of quality will eventually happen. Crazy.
Graphics became increasingly impractical. The same applied to the development of pre-rendered graphics. If you wanted to change an asset, you couldn't simply tweak it, you had to fully re-render it. Being able to tweak a model within a couple of clicks meant developers could work a lot faster. You're inclined to think that was it for the aesthetic, right? Well, I'm happy to report it's made a bit of a comeback, especially in the indie scene. It seems I'm not the only one who still adores that pre-rendered look. Obsidian Entertainment released a game called Pillars of Eternity in 2015, developed by CRPG veterans like Josh Sawyer, Tim Kaine and Chris Avallone. Obsidian would drop 2 more games in this graphical style with Tyranny and Pillars of Eternity Deadfire. Another relatively recent game with an amazing pre-rendered art style is Disco Elysium. In this game, they went for a more painting-like aesthetic. Next up are the...
It's also kind of hybrid because it's... like this stuff is all pre-rendered, but the character models and NPCs that sit on top of it, you know, it's not sprite based or anything. They're actual models being rendered in real time. But yeah, Disco Elysium's beautiful.
Brotherhood's games. They are an indie studio that made 4 adventure games in this style, called Kane, Stasis, Beautiful Desolation and Stasis Bone Totem. Then there are also games that keep the isometric perspective but don't use pre-rendered graphics and go for hand-drawn sprites instead, like all of Supergiant's games. Alongside all of these new releases, a lot of classic games have received remaster treatment. This allows people to enjoy these timeless games on modern machines. And man, do they look beautiful on there. It's a testament of why hardware and budget limitations can produce some incredible art. In a world where AAA studios relentlessly pursue photorealism, nothing inherently wrong with that of course, I'm happy to see the preservation of these older games and the passing of the torch to create new ones. I've compiled a list of my favorite games in this style, that I think deserve your attention. Feel free to pause the video if you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Roller Coaster Tycoon, Age of Empires, Diablo 2, Stronghold. I don't know how the original Sims holds up. Robin Hood, games. Oh yeah, there's just so many. All of these. Play all of them.
Of course, there are plenty more games that use this art.
Stronghold Crusader. This is one in particular I've spent a stupid amount of time playing. Stronghold Crusader we specifically had on like our family computer that could run it somehow. And yeah, we played so much Stronghold Crusader. So much. I'm also just going to say that stockpile, way too small. Way too small. If your stockpile doesn't spill out the back and then basically create a basketball court behind the Stronghold, what are you playing? What are you even doing?
Style, but this is a nice place to start. I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to listen to me ramble on about video game art. If you want to see more retrospective content like this, I'd really appreciate it if you like the video, leave a comment and subscribe to the channel.
Oh yeah. Go give him a sub. I'll share the link in chat real quick. And just a really solid, there we go. Really solid retrospective video. And how refreshing to have a video, and I'm saying this as a YouTuber that is part of the problem. How refreshing to have a video that's 5 minutes long, covers the topic nice and cleanly, answers it abruptly and precisely, instead of being like 35 minutes filled with random sound effects of VHS tapes and stuff. Like this is very nice. But yeah, no, I understand why the art style is no longer commonplace, but still. I miss it. Hello, Saya. Oh yeah, or what is it? What is the other thing that the guy says to you all the time? Your popularity is falling. Heard that many times. Many times. The people worship you, my lord. Oh my god. Oh, what a throwback. What a throwback. Zero Matic 2. Hey Luke, happy to catch a stream just before going to bed. What have I missed? Much love to you too. We've just been hanging out, vibing and chilling as we always do be doing. And yeah, just been having a good time. Checked out some old school documentaries, all sorts of good stuff. All sorts of good stuff. 'Tis but a scratch. Or like The Rat. Did you ever play against The Rat? You ever do that? And like, you know you're going to win super easily, but you want to go against The Rat just because it's like, it's kind of funny. Do it for the memes, basically. Did that all the time. And we're all about to be sad because Luke is going to go love his family instead. Yeah. It's unfortunately for everybody, yes, I do have a family that I need to spend time with. I get to spend time. No, I've gone back and forth where I was like, maybe we push streams a little bit longer. We go for like 5 hours or 6 hours. But every time we've gotten there, like we just start to mellow out. Like I think the 4 hour time frame is a really solid amount. We get through most of the stuff we need to do. And I think honestly, like Lachlan is about to probably do like a little, it's not even preschool. It's like 2 hours, like once or twice a week. And it's basically just an organized play date with a bunch of kids. So it's just kind of like a time where he goes and gets to play with a bunch of other kids. But he's going to do a little like preschool thing to meet some friends and socialize more. And, you know, eventually when he's like going into school and stuff, it'll definitely be easier to do longer streams or more frequent streams. And I mean, honestly, as the live channel has ticked up in popularity, which is crazy, we probably could toss in another day stream and start streaming on Tuesdays as well. Instead of just Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we add in another day or something. Right now it's weird because like there's not a whole lot to talk about, so we'd probably play games during that time, or go back to building Lego, so I could do that, which I think we probably will end up doing relatively soon. I fully expect starting this fall, we're going to have pretty much from like, I would guess August through like next November, we're going to have a lot of games. So right now we're in kind of a weird lull, but I fully expect that we're going to be drowning in content starting this fall, and it's going to go for like a year straight. There's going to be so much stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, Shinobi, cherish it. They grow up so fast. Man, mine's a teenager already. Well, yeah, no, that's why like sometimes you guys will notice like I'll have the stream scheduled for 10 and I will push it back and it'll be like, okay, actually we're going to start at 10:30. Usually that's because like I get up with the boys in the morning. So we come down and I get them up and we eat breakfast together and we all hang out together. And it's nice bonding time for me and the boys. And then after the stream, when I go upstairs, I usually help put them down for nap, which is about when they're going down for naps. And then me and Nikki will hang out for a little bit. And then they get up around 4:30. We go on a big walk or we go do something cool. So I'm very, very fortunate. Like a lot of people my age are having to work jobs they hate. And then they get back, like they leave at 7 a.m. They get back home at 6 or 7 p.m. And like they're scraping by and they're working a job they hate and they barely get to spend time with their family. I'm extremely fortunate. Thanks to you guys watching the videos and supporting me and my team, I get to do this for a living and then spend time with my family and kids while they grow up. Like I never think that I take it for granted. Like I am baffled that this is my reality, but I mean, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it as long as I possibly can, you know, living the actual dream. It's crazy. Yeah, you work YouTube full time. Yeah, we have 2 channels. The main channel is about to hit, well, the main channel just hit 500,000. This channel is going to hit 100,000 probably sometime late May, early June. And our TikTok page is probably going to hit 100,000 sometime this summer as well. All sorts of stuff. Yeah. Just about to hit 1 mil. Oh yeah, we'll see. We'll see. One day maybe. Oh man. JKS, definitely happy I somehow stumbled upon this channel. Not only are you a good entertainer, but you also built up a pretty cool community. Oh yeah, the community we have here is crazy. Like, we're able to disagree with each other at times, but we can also like poke fun at each other or laugh together. Like at the end of the day, we're gamers. We like playing games. We'll like some of the same games. We will dislike some other games that the other one likes. And we'll go back and forth, and like there will be times where we'll be at an impasse. But we can at least like respect each other's takes. And I think that that's what I really appreciate. Like there's people that really like Starfield in the community. There's people that absolutely loathe Assassin's Creed games. There's, you know, all sorts of stuff. And I think that is something I want to try and preserve. I mean, there's some people that will just, you know, throw fits if they disagree with something stupid that I've said, which is fair. But I've noticed that we've been able to build a community that is not just mature, but also supportive, which is awesome. Yes, Pratik, we did look at the Xbox ID showcase. Not a whole lot there, but they weren't saying there was going to be a lot there, you know? Yeah, Lord Chu, stop the subs, keep it here. I like this level. We can still talk to you, extremists don't even and can't even read the chat. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we had like 50 people in chat. You know, there were times where it, like, the idea of us having hundreds of people in chat was daunting. And even now, like, this is a quieter day. We have like 450 right now on YouTube and about 50 on Twitch. And you know, it goes up and down, you know, during peak times, maybe around 11 a.m. We might be at like 800 on YouTube, another 100-ish on Twitch. So we kind of bounce around. And on popular days when there's something really intense happening or a breaking news story or something, we might have a few thousand people watching. And on those days, it can also be tough to juggle, but we just try our best, you know. Franco, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate your content, how genuine you are. I appreciate that. Hogwarts Day was the worst. Oh yeah, if you guys were here on the day we tried to play Hogwarts Legacy, we had people that were just coming in and like typing out every curse word and slur they could think of to try and get the stream banned. That was something else. That was weird. Like, it's like, you guys, are you trying to convince us like you're the good guys? Because like you're coming off as the bad guys right now. Like, it's really weird. Have I played Sandland yet, my man? No, I have not. I have not. I used to watch your videos in my college bachelor. Now I got a job and I'm still here. Hell yeah, baby. Red Devil and OG. OG. Lord Chuti. Lord Chut. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's not going to play the audio. Okay. Well, anyway. I'm happy to be here. I've been here longer, but I had to unsubscribe for a bit. Love it all, man. Keep up the kill content. Favorite streamer. F's. F's indeed. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. You mean Stutterland? Hold on. What's this Sandland game that you're talking about? Oh, this. Oh, I remember. Okay. So this is like. I remember seeing a trailer for this and just being like, it's not really my cup of tea, but I remember some people being super stoked on it. Maddie did a video on it.
Sandland.
Maddie's an OG, by the way. Maddie is like Poggers. If you're not subbed to Maddie, go sub. Maddie's Mad Poggers. Okay. What is the deal with Sandland?
And more like, dang man, this.
Chut, not Chuti. Oh, it's because the T is capitalized. So I was like, Chuti? Chuti, you know. Whenever I see it capitalized, I'm like, do we just say the letter? No, okay, Lord Chut. I got you.
Game is pretty sweet. Today we're talking about Sandland. This is the newest action RPG from Bandai, and I was really excited for this one when it got announced. Many of you know over on Retro Rebound, I'm a bit of an anime games connoisseur. Any type of new one that comes out, we like to review, we like to talk about it. And
Weeb! I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm sorry. Weeb.
One thing that I wish more anime games did was get really...
Joe Gooby donated $4.99
Joe Gooby
through Super Chat. You're doing a great job. I'm a new viewer and I really enjoy your content.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to have you here too. I like anime too. Oh, sounds like we got another weeb. I don't know what to tell you. I think you just outed yourself. That's awkward.
Creative with the mechanics they bring to the table. We get so many 3D arena fighters, and that's great, but I'm wondering if we could do more. And when I saw Sandland's announcement with vehicles, open world, post-apocalyptic, Akira Toriyama art style, I immediately was sold on the idea and could not wait for it. So Bandai reached out, wanted me to check the game out. Is it really that good? I think it's actually fantastic. I really like how different this game is compared to the plethora of other anime games I've played. You gotta remember, like, growing up during the PS2 generation, we played so many different types of anime games, but this one in particular just stands out for how different its mechanics are. The open world is fun. The side quests are endearing. The characters are fun. The game made me laugh a ton. The soundtrack is incredibly good. I got so many positive things to say about Sandland. So let's not delay any further, shall we? Let's get into it. I really want to get into the vehicles first and foremost. So,
okay, so you guys are saying it's like a stuttery. It's like super stuttery. Is that mentioned in like the reviews or something? What do you think? What do you think? I mean, with this, it's interesting. Oh, they added path tracing. Interesting. So it's a sponsored video. So this is more like a exploration of the game or breakdown. It's not like a full review or anything, which is fine. I mean, sponsored videos, of course, because I've done them, I'm a fan. But part of the reason is that it allows you as a YouTuber to discuss and talk about games that you wouldn't otherwise be able to talk about. Like, I wouldn't be able to talk about a lot of the games I've done sponsored stuff for, just because like they're more niche, or they wouldn't really, like, the video might not do as well, so it just wouldn't line up. It's not really something I would typically cover. But when somebody offers to sponsor a video, to like, hey, can you just share this with your audience? I'm like, sure. But my requirement is I can always say whatever I want to say. And I make them put it in the contract that I'm allowed to say whatever I want to say, positive or negative. They can't ask me to cut out criticisms or add positives I didn't have in there. And anytime we've had pushback on that, we just don't do the deal. And we've had a number of games that have offered to sponsor videos that have fallen apart because they want me to say specific stuff, which is just stupid, but it's a whole other thing. But will I do a dedicated review of Stellar Blade? Dedicated reviews after launch don't tend to do super well. And at this point, like, I think Stellar Blade's going to be a game that I play for myself. And I'll probably talk about it on stream a handful of times, but as for further videos and stuff on it, probably not. You know, the game's really, really good. Combat's really, really solid, but I don't think I'll do any like further big main channel videos or anything on it. But
naturally through enemy drops and items found in the open world along the way, customizing each of.
Is there? I don't know. I mean, it looks fine. Oh no. Okay.
And occasionally,
I saw the 3 when I hovered over. I was like, oh geez. Oh god.
Same fate we've seen in many other game adaptations of anime and manga. Competent in several respects, with a few moments of brilliance, but for the most part, a simply okay adventure that can occasionally capture what makes the source material special. For more on the recent release,
yeah, they gave it the first ever 12. Saying it so, Toriyama's last adventure game can't be a flop. Said that the reviewer and some folks in the comments found it boring, was worried about that from the trailers, but it still looked like it had the potential to be exciting. I'll have to give the demo a try at least. Oh, there's a demo? Oh, that's good. I don't know, for me, it's just not my cup of tea. I've never been that into DBZ or anything like that. But no.
May is here and
hold on, what are the upcoming games for May? What do we have? I know we have V Rising. Does V Rising 1.0 launch?
former gift, or experience the open world survival MMORPG V Rising in all of its version 1.0 glory. That hit early access a year ago and got a lot of people in its thrall, and it's expected to sink its teeth into consoles later this year.
You guys were saying that they completely rebuilt the like settlement system for that game, right? Didn't they do that where like they got player feedback and they completely rebuilt it? Which is, I mean, that's exactly what you want from early access. Oh, hell yeah. Little Kitty Big City. Buckle up, buckaroo. Rogue Prince of Persia, Biomutants. Is it coming to console or something?
About cute little animals doing kung fu hit Switch. This game is far from perfect, but I enjoyed my time with it, mostly thanks to the setting and art direction, by which I mean I got to make a little guy who looked like my dog, and I made him run around beating the shit out of lizards and stuff.
Wow, dude, looks like an actual potato. Look at those trees, dude. They struggled to get this running on Switch. Wow. Oh, God. That's... So, Biomutant, I tried this back when we were, like, just starting streaming. And I tried it, and it caused, like, massive... Actually, maybe I have the original, like, stream clip. Content clips... get started. It would be Bio Mutant. No. I think I would have probably clipped it. Let's get to the end. Uncharted. Biomutant. Do I have one here? Nope. Biomutant. There was a point where we were playing it and it glitched out, and I like clipped into a wall and then it crashed my entire PC. But dude, yeah, we used to. These are old streams. Back when I would stream like once a week or something. If that. What is this? Oh, we were playing Apex. Yeah, I remember we played Apex a lot. We would just do it casually for fun. Blatant aimbot. What's this? I don't remember this. Look at that old school stuff. This is when I was still like working in commercial real estate. And we were just playing for fun one day. What is this going to be? I want to see it. Blatant aimbot. Oh, yeah, look. He's just snapping. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Oh, dude, some of these clips. Look at that. I still had Vil, my bearded dragon.
Way. Yes.
Dude, back when... Oh, was that Yokes? Is that who that was? I can't see. It's too pixely. I can't tell. Oh, yeah, it is Yokes. I don't know. Yokes might be in here right now. What was the other one? Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping I had the clip of Biomutant, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Oh yeah, Lockie when he was a baby. The cats took on me and Dookie out there. It stinks.
I keep down and I was
Oh
like,
yeah, the
"Whoa."
cats were Casey. Just say hi. Yeah, it's speaking to the microphone. Dude, he was so little.
Wow.
He's so little. The heavy breathing sells it. Oh my god, I can't. He was too cute. Wow. Anyway. So yeah, that was the whole thing. I guess I don't have a clip, but Biomutant back in the day was also very, very buggy. And to see this is like another level. This is crazy. You got it running on Switch, but what did it cost? Everything. And then Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut on PC.
PC, the latest former PlayStation exclusive, makes its way to a platform where the X button is between the Z and the C buttons instead of the square and circle button.
Get out of here. That's like the stupidest trend of the last 5 years. Look between this and this on your keyboard. Think you're clever? To be fair, it's not Max's fault, but still.
These ports have been kind of hit or miss on a technical level, so here's hoping that this one sticks the landing because it's a great game, and it's always nice.
Does anyone know who's doing that one? Who's doing the Ghost of Tsushima port? Is it, what is it? The team that does a really good job. They did the Forbidden West one. Is it the same team? Nixis or Nixies? That depth of field creamy, you're damn right. It is them? Okay.
Is between the Z and the C buttons instead of the square and the landing because it's a great game, and it's always nice when more people get to enjoy something like this. More importantly, I really want to see people mod a bunch of weird stuff into it, like Waluigi and Thomas the Tank Engine and Shrek. If you want some more hardcore slicing and dicing, Die by the Blade also drops on PC, which is a 1v1 sword dueling game with one-hit kills, kind of like a modern spin on Bushido Blade. If you're more into shooting stuff with careful precision, there's also RoboBeat, a rhythm-based first-person shooter which seems kind of like Metal Hellsinger for people who prefer synthesizers and neon over guitars and fire. On May 21st, one of the most anticipated Xbox games finally drops with Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, the follow-up to Ninja Theory's 2017 quasi-sleeper hit Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. This game will definitely be a visual spectacle, but the developer has been pretty transparent that it's not a big, huge, sprawling epic, and that it can be played through in around 10 hours. Is that worth the price of admission? That's entirely your call, but hey, on the bright side, at least it's also going to be available on Game Pass. That's on Xbox Series and PC.
They also, I mean, they said comparable to the original. The original game was like closer to 7 hours long. It was pretty damn short. But again, being on Game Pass, just kind of, okay, well, it's on Game Pass. If you want it, just play it on Game Pass. I don't know. I'm really interested in Hellblade. I love the original, even if it has a couple of quirks. I'm just weirded out by how quiet they've been. It's just a little odd that they are so freaking quiet even this close. Like, I keep forgetting that this launches in May because it feels like they're doing no marketing for it, you know? Like, is this just me? Is it because I have like YouTube Premium so I don't see the ads? Are they running ads for this all the time? Because I feel like even for other games, I've seen ads for them all over the place, like even when I'm just browsing on my phone or something. But like, with this, I've genuinely seen nothing about it, and it's coming out soon, you know? Nope, none of you guys have seen anything on it. Like, it's one thing if Xbox has a huge game coming out May 1st, and then they're going to market this right after, and they just don't want to step on each other's toes. But as far as I know, they aren't doing anything like that. They just haven't marketed this, like, at all. It's just really weird, you know? Like, are they not, like, marketing it because they don't think it's going to affect the performance? Like, everybody who wants to play it is going to see it pop up on their dashboard and play it. Like, maybe that's it. Maybe they just have done the math and they're like, honestly, it's niche enough that the people who want it will find out about it and will play it. We don't need to spend a ton on marketing. But I think it does say a lot that they're not putting a lot of eggs in the Hellblade basket. You know, they're not trying to make it this huge thing and then potentially disappoint people. Maybe that's one of the lessons they learned with Starfield, is they shouldn't frame something as like, this is Game Pass's big game of this year. Maybe they just don't want to do that. They instead want to make it like, no, we just have a lot of games. Check it out.
That same day, we've got the console release of the System Shock remake. If you're dying to play Ken Levine's BioShock spiritual successor Judas, it might be worth revisiting BioShock's spiritual predecessor, which is this game. That's on the Xboxes and the PlayStations, and it's already on PC. Finally, on the 21st, Paper Trail is a cute-looking puzzle adventure with a novel foldable world mechanic. That's on everything. If that wasn't enough paperwork, 2 days later, Nintendo Switch gets a nice reprint of Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door, which gives the GameCube classic a visual overhaul and some minor tweaks. And of course, if that's not your speed, there's an equally whimsical but considerably less colorful adventure in Haunty, which is coming to everything. Finally, on the 23rd, there's Songs of Silence, a strategy RPG where you defend your realm from the impending threat of silence, which I'm guessing is more malevolent than regular peace and quiet. In any case, you can make a big ol' racket on new gen and PC. On the 24th, Retropolis 2 Never Say Goodbye.
I can't say I've heard somebody refer to it as new gen. Isn't it just modern consoles? Like, we are... You know, like, we're 4 years into this generation. 4. We are over halfway through, if like the standard time frames are to be expected. And we still are acting like, well, you know, we're just getting going in this generation. We'll figure it out. It's just weird. It's freaking weird, dude. I feel like this whole generation has been such a weird void where we really haven't seen a whole lot happen. We haven't seen a lot of like cutting edge, breathtaking games or anything that have really pushed the hardware to the limits. We've gotten some, like God of War Ragnarok was a highlight. I think we've seen, like, you know, some others. Spider-Man 2 is very technically impressive, but it was kind of, for me, just kind of good, but nothing much better or worse than that. but we just haven't had those like super amazing games. Like with the PS4 gen, it seemed like every year there was something that came out that was like, oh my God, this is the next step up. You know, this is a big one. 2014, you got a handful of games like Shadow of Mordor, but that was also previous gen, so it's not a great example. But like 2014, we got like games like AC Unity and Dragon Age Inquisition that looked stunning and were very visually impressive, if not a little buggy, to say the least. 2015, we get games like Bloodborne and Overwatch and stuff like that. And then 2016, we get Uncharted 4. And then 2017, we get Horizon Zero Dawn and Lost Legacy. 2018, we get God of War remake. 2019, Death Stranding and Days Gone. 2020 is like the start of this generation. Nothing crazy happens with it. Like, you guys remember when everybody thought that the cutting edge game was going to be Godfall? You remember that? Like, Godfall was supposed to be the big cutting edge graphic powerhouse. And they had to specify that this was actual in-engine footage, that this was actually running. And I remember seeing this and being like, wow, yeah, it is very graphically impressive. And then the game came out, and I think the game ended up being like a 6 out of 10 or something. Most people found it pretty wanting. But we had this, we had Blue Point's Demon Souls, which was very, very good. Demon Souls was kind of the only other one that was really cutting edge at the time, but it just feels like we really have not like seen it all clip together. Like, it's just weird. It's been a really weird generation. Are you forgetting about Forgotten? Oh, Forspoken, sorry. Yeah, we did have Forspoken. And I mean, this will be one of the most memorable generations, I think. I would argue it's one of the most memorable for like all the bad reasons. Like, there's been a lot of really bad and disappointing games. I mean, even you could even argue that Cyberpunk 2077 was like the kickoff to this generation, and it was one of the most disappointing games that's probably ever launched. And it ended up recovering and becoming like really successful, but it was like the kickoff to this generation, and it was just a disaster. And after that, it's just been like speed bump after speed bump, and it's just been one mess after another. And the PS4, you know, finished off with Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us Part 2, both graphical powerhouses. Mechanically, they're both very impressive. Like, it was wild. And then this generation, you know, we start off on a weird foot, and then we get a series of other, you know, just swings and misses. It's been quite disappointing, honestly, but we'll see if they can figure it out. I don't know. Maybe a lot of these studios are like, we'll hit next gen hard. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe that's what Naughty Dog's doing. They're like, we're just going to come out 2028, taking off basically a decade from doing new games. And then, yeah, we'll come back swinging hard. But I mean, that's what's crazy, is that we've gotten remakes and remasters from Naughty Dog, but it could potentially be like 7 to 8 years since their last game by the time we see something. Like, it's crazy. I really hope they show something, work in progress or a trailer or something this year, because I think Sony just needs to show that they are not like a shell of themselves. They haven't been gutted after the live service debacle, but I guess time will tell. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 was graphically impressive. I still don't think it was like that big of a leap forward, even though. Like, we've had some very good looking games, don't get me wrong, and I still think like a lot of Sony exclusive stuff has been wildly impressive. Phantom Liberty is remarkable. But it's not just about graphics, it's about also the scope and scale and what you're trying to do, and it just feels like everything's been very safe this generation, and even then stuff often doesn't work. So only a disaster on consoles. I had exactly 0 issues on PC. The mistake is trying multi-platform launches. One always suffers. Oh, do you mean with Cyberpunk? I mean, I was playing on Cyberpunk and I had a ton, or I was playing Cyberpunk on PC and I had a ton of issues at launch. Certainly it ran the worst on PS4. I mean, Cyberpunk at launch on PS4 was like criminal.
A high rate of violence and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
Okay, it's a little funny. But I mean, that's basically how it launched, was like that. I mean, there's all these videos of like the NPCs that haven't loaded in.
Please.
Like, this is just how it was. The game just couldn't load stuff in fast enough on PS4 because of the old hard drives. But it was like this on PS4, and it was also, I mean, it wasn't this bad on PC, but it was also pretty buggy on PC for most people. But yeah, Hogwai, I mean, some people did luck out and were able to get really lucky with it. But I think the vast majority of people did not have a great time with it. Experienced a lot of issues. But anywho. So what I'm gonna do is go eat lunch and say hi to the family. It is time, my friends. It is time, my friends. I must depart. I've had a wonderful day with you. We will be back on Wednesday, rocking and rolling. Probably do the podcast on Wednesday with the one and only Mr. Drawer Raptor, talking about all sorts of good stuff. It's going to be wonderful. I cannot wait. So we'll be back Wednesday. Waller out, indeed. Indeed. Hold on, should we do that real quick? Let's double check. Steam DB Suicide Squad. Final predictions for Suicide Squad player numbers right now. Real quick, before we go. What's everybody's guess for peak player count globally on Steam? You said Waller out. I have to look it up. I have to. My hands are tied. Before Waller goes out, she must know. 178, 7,500, 200, 269, giggity. 90, 130, 200, 100, 100, 145, 10, 1K. Oh, you guys are too optimistic. This is why I keep coming back. They are at, some of you got close with like 178. I think is probably the closest. 180. 183 to be precise. 183 with a 24-hour peak of 257. And just to put that in perspective, Marvel's Avengers. That's all Lego. There it is. They have remarkably similar player counts, and you cannot buy this game. This game is not available for sale. Oh, baby. They are almost as dead as like an actual dead game that you can't even buy, which is pretty funny. Anyways, much love, everybody. I'm gonna leave it there. You guys are all wonderful. Stay wonderful. I cherish you all. You are all fantastic. Much love. I will see you on Wednesday, rocking and rolling as we always do. See you then. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.